Chapter 12:28. His body was swallowed up by the darkness, as if he had fallen into a layer of cold and deep water. An indescribable sense of emptiness and loneliness arose spontaneously. Senior Sister Yu. Senior Brother Fu. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly as he glanced around. At the same time, he called out softly, but there was no response. It was as if Yu Nianxin and Fu Yunxiao had never entered. However, Chenzong was very sure that Yu Nianxin and Fu Yunxiao had both entered before him. The difference between them was only 3 breaths. How could they have left in just 3 breaths? That was impossible. The 2 of them would not have left alone as soon as they entered, unless they had encountered something unpredictable. However, when Chenzong looked carefully, he did not find any traces of anyone who had entered before him. Chenzong's mind was clear. There were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Yu Nianxin and Fu Yunxiao had been killed by some terrible force as soon as they entered, leaving no trace behind. The second possibility was that this was a mysterious place. Everyone who entered would be separated. Chenzong was more inclined to the second possibility. If it was the first possibility, then he would not be able to resist the terrible force and would not be able to continue to stand here and think. I'm still traveling alone. Chenzong could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Chenzong had always been used to traveling alone, so he actually felt relaxed. He increased his perception to the extreme and spread out his soul sense. He adjusted it to the most suitable distance, a radius of 100 meters. His soul sense covered a radius of 100 meters, and the consumption and recovery were equal. It was also at a distance where Chenzong could sense danger and react quickly. It was dark all around, but Chenzong's sharp eyes and powerful soul sense were still able to see everything clearly. This was a cliff with an irregular oval shape. It was about a few hundred meters in radius. There was nothing on top of the cliff within a radius of several hundred meters, not even a single rock. Only the ground was a little uneven and bumpy. At the top of the cliff there was a drawbridge. The drawbridge was made of black wooden planks, and there were black iron chains as thick as an arm on both sides. The suspension bridge seemed to be very long, with no end in sight. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Chenzong walked to the front of the suspension bridge and looked down. He could not see the bottom of the pitch-black abyss. He could vaguely feel a chilly wind blowing, and he could also hear roars coming from far away. It was as if the roars came from a different dimension, but it still gave him a sense of awe. Chenzong's eyes were as calm as water. He strode forward with firm steps, courageous and fearless. When his feet landed on the suspension bridge, the whole bridge shook slightly, as if it was not affected by the force. Chenzong felt that the suspension bridge was about to break and fall apart. His heart skipped a beat, but in fact, it was just an illusion. It was a challenge to his psychological endurance. Chenzong was very calm. He did not step back and took a second step. The suspension bridge shook slightly again, as if it was really going to fall apart. Below it was a bottomless abyss of darkness. It would not bode well for him if he fell. This was like the suspension bridge above the abyss of darkness. It constantly challenged one's nerves and put one on the edge of life and death. It was so exciting that it almost made one's heart explode. Chenzong's expression did not change at all. He walked forward step by step. Despite the swaying of the suspension bridge, his speed became faster and faster. In the end, he even ran on the suspension bridge, like a stream of light flying forward. The light footsteps were rhythmic. They kept ringing in Chenzong's ears, but they did not travel far before disappearing, as if they were swallowed by the darkness. The suspension bridge seemed to have no end. The darkness seemed to be endless. The abyss seemed to be bottomless. Loneliness, an indescribable sense of loneliness came from all directions. It was so sudden, yet so natural. It seemed to exist between heaven and earth, in the breath, everywhere, and nowhere to hide. This sense of loneliness surrounded Chenzong. Another sense of loneliness quietly grew from the depths of his heart. It was like a germinating seed breaking out of the ground, gradually growing and growing stronger. In the beginning, this loneliness did not affect Chen Zong in the slightest. After all, Chen Zong was used to traveling alone. Ever since he started on the eastern continent, he had always traveled alone. He had also experienced many dangers and had long since honed an incomparably tenacious heart and incomparably tenacious will. In addition, his soul had become even stronger after liquefying, and his resistance had become even stronger. However, this sense of loneliness would not be wiped out by Chen Zong's natural resistance. Instead, it would gradually grow stronger with the passage of time. Moreover, the sense of loneliness in his heart was awakened and gradually grew stronger. With cooperation from both inside and outside, it began to have some effect on Chen Zong. However, this kind of effect was still relatively weak for Chen Zong. Run, run, run. Chen Zong used his movement technique and rapidly ran forward on the suspension bridge. The suspension bridge's rules were very special. One could only run on it and could not fly at all. Otherwise, one would be suppressed by an invisible force. Chen Zong did not know how long he had been running on the suspension bridge. He estimated that it had been at least a few hours. Logically speaking, with his running speed, even if he was not running at full speed, it was still very fast. A few hours of continuous running should be enough to cover a very, very far distance. However, he could not see the end of the suspension bridge. It was somewhat inconceivable. This is not good. If this continues, the sense of loneliness will grow stronger. With cooperation from both inside and outside, it will eventually affect my mind. Chen Zong felt a growing sense of loneliness. His heart sank slightly. Loneliness had always been the invisible natural enemy of intelligent creatures. Some people's ability to withstand loneliness was stronger and could endure it for longer. Some people were weaker. Under long periods of loneliness, the nature of intelligent creatures would be somewhat affected. If it was mild, they would become less talkative. If it was severe, their nature would become distorted. In addition to loneliness, there was also a kind of blankness that could not see the end. One did not know where to go or where one's goal was. This kind of feeling would invisibly strengthen the sense of loneliness. Moreover, Chen Zong also noticed that the environment here was very strange. It was filled with an invisible aura. This kind of aura would unknowingly erode one's mind and weaken one's mind, making it easier for the sense of loneliness to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong followed his heart and eliminated all distracting thoughts. His expression was firm and his eyes were cold as he continued to move forward. The comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra, to a certain extent, had continuously improved Chen Zong's mind. It had become more tenacious and had a stronger resistance to external evils. In a sense, loneliness was a kind of external evils. Chen Zong had not really reached the level of being invulnerable to all evils. He just had a little bit of it. Time continued to pass, but it was difficult to feel. It was very vague. The sense of loneliness grew stronger and stronger, and it began to affect Chen Zong's mind. Stop, sink, accompany, thoughts of relaxing and stopping kept popping up in his mind. Distracting thoughts grew, and they were completely out of his control. Chen Zong's footsteps also became slower without him noticing. Gradually, he changed from a fast run to a slow jog, and from a slow jog to a walk. There were more and more distracting thoughts, like invisible ghosts, constantly pouring into Chen Zong's mind. They constantly attacked Chen Zong's mind and shook his mind. Gradually, Chen Zong's footsteps became slower and slower. It was as if he was enduring the pressure of an invisible mountain. After taking a step, it took him a few breaths to put it down. His body seemed to be stuck for a few more breaths before he took the second step. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The time interval became longer and longer. Finally, Chen Zong put his foot down and did not lift it up again. He stood still on the suspension bridge like a statue. Countless distracting thoughts kept popping up and attacking Chen Zong's mind. They were chaotic and grotesque. In just one breath, there were hundreds of distracting thoughts that could not be removed. It was as if they wanted to break Chen Zong's mind and shatter Chen Zong's soul, turning him into a walking corpse and staying here forever. A gust of chilly wind blew out from the bottomless dark demon abyss. It was like the breath of a demon dragon. It swept up like a tornado, causing the suspension bridge to shake violently. Chen Zong, who was standing on the suspension bridge, also swayed. The gust of wind swept over and hit Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong's body suddenly shook. His feet gradually left the suspension bridge and floated up into the air, as if he was about to leave the suspension bridge and fall into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes emitted an unparalleled light. The extremely strong and fierce aura was like a divine sword being unsheathed. The sword let out a soft hum, clear and ethereal, and rippled in all directions like water. No matter how much evil you want to invade my body, my heart will not waver. Break. His words were like spring thunder. The thunder shook the sky, reflecting the ethereal and clear hum of the sword. Every word that came out of Chen Zong's mouth carried the power of thunder and fury. It carried the power of a heavenly sword in the sky, shattering and destroying everything. It was invincible. In an instant, the constantly invading sense of loneliness stopped and then dissipated like smoke blown by a gust of wind. Instantly, Chen Zong felt an indescribable sharpness suffuse his body, surge within his sea of consciousness, and condense within his soul. It annihilated all distracting thoughts and eliminated all evil intent, causing his mind to become clear and his heart to be clear. Unknowingly, Chen Zong's state of mind had improved further. Vaguely, Chen Zong had a feeling that he was about to break through to the third layer of the Sword Dao. Of course, it was only a feeling right now. It was not so easy to truly break through. The difficulty was many times more difficult than breaking through from the transcendent realm to the half-saint realm. It was even comparable to breaking through from the transcendent realm to the saint realm. Once he broke through, the overall impact on Chen Zong would be huge. His body twisted, and an indescribable sharpness filled the air. Like a sharp sword tearing through the air, Chen Zong was no longer affected. He instantly landed on the violently swaying suspension bridge. His feet seemed to be glued to the suspension bridge, and his body seemed to be integrated with it. He swayed with the suspension bridge, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. His mind was clear, his will was tenacious, his insides were transparent, and he was impervious to all evil. At this moment, Chen Zong was like a sharp sword, his whole body exuding an indescribable sharpness. Charge! Taking a step forward, Chen Zong's body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword, tearing through the air and reducing resistance to a minimum. His speed was also raised to the extreme. With a sharp swish, Chen Zong appeared 1,000 meters away. His speed was astonishing. Charge! Charge! Chapter 12:29. With an unwavering will and a firm belief, one's footsteps never stop. With a sharp edge hidden in one's heart, one's mind is full of brilliance. Therefore, with a sharp edge on one's body, one can overcome all obstacles and move forward courageously. With a bright heart, the bright light is right in front of one's eyes. Chen Zong took a step forward, and the suspension bridge behind him disappeared into the darkness. The light diffused and engulfed his whole body, then disappeared. It was somewhat different from what Chen Zong had imagined. In front of him was a cave the size of a small house. The walls around the cave were rough, as if they had been forcefully created by some kind of force. Inside this small cave, a figure was sitting cross-legged against the cave wall. When he saw the figure, Chen Zong's pupils contracted. The heavy dragon sword also trembled, and an astonishing sharpness and heavy pressure filled the air. After a breath of time, Chen Zong finally relaxed because the figure was completely devoid of vitality. Not only was it devoid of vitality, its entire body was shriveled like the bark of a tree that had withered for 10,000 years. A mummy. This was a mummy without any aura. Chen Zong's eyes peered through the darkness, staring at the mummy with a tattered robe, and thought to himself, could it be a corpse left behind by an ancient powerhouse? After a careful search, he found nothing except for the mummy, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Immediately, Chen Zong's eyes fell on the storage ring on the mummy's finger. Perhaps there were many good things in it. His left hand grasped at the air, and his spiritual power surged and skillfully condensed into an invisible rope, which quickly wrapped around the storage ring. With a slight force, the storage ring left the mummy's finger and flew into Chen Zong's hand in an instant. Chen Zong's spiritual power wrapped around the storage ring, and his spiritual sense immediately moved, immediately pouring into the storage ring. How can this be? Chen Zong looked surprised and doubtful. This mummy seemed to have been dead for many years, so logically speaking, the storage ring should be an ownerless object. Why couldn't his spiritual sense enter it, and instead was blocked by an invisible force? This kind of situation generally only occurred when a storage ring had an owner. If that's the case, I'll just break it by force, Chen Zong said to himself. Now, Chen Zong's spiritual sense was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. It was very powerful. In an instant, his spiritual sense bombarded the storage ring, trying to forcibly break it and rush into the storage ring. Suddenly, a vigorous and majestic spirit spread out, resisting Chen Zong's spiritual sense. Chen Zong's expression changed as he hurriedly threw the storage ring away. His right hand grasped the hilt of the heavy dragon sword. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the storage ring embedded in the cave wall. His tyrannical power surged endlessly within his body, ready to erupt in an instant and release an astonishing blow through the heavy dragon sword. At first, it was very weak, but it gradually became more and more intense. In the end, it was as dazzling as the sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Chen Zong's pupils contracted to the size of needles as he stared at the light. The change was too sudden. Fortunately, he did not feel any danger. Who disturbed me? An ancient and vigorous voice rang out, filling the small cave residence. The voice seemed to come from ancient times, traveling through endless time and space, with an indescribable sense of vicissitudes of time. As the voice rang out, a light and shadow emerged, condensing into a figure in midair. The figure was about the size of an ordinary person's palm, faintly exuding an ancient and boundless charm. "Senior, how should I address you?" Chen Zong did not let down his guard at all, asking in return. Chen Zong's voice seemed to have attracted the attention of the small figure. A pair of eyes stared at him, with an indescribable sense of vastness. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if he had fallen into a chaotic time and space. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, all his secrets seemed to have been peeped at. "I am." The small figure spoke intermittently, as if it had been so long that he had forgotten himself. After a while, he spoke again. "I am the Great Abyss King, the Great Abyss King." Chen Zong's mind turned slightly. This person must be a master, at least a master of the Saint Realm. However, he did not know what level the Saint Realm was at. After all, there was more than one level in the Saint Realm. Chen Zong did not speak, because he did not know what to say for a while. The light and shadow who called himself the Great Abyss King also did not speak, as if he was recalling something. Immediately, Chen Zong felt a tyrannical will sweep across his body, as if it was about to penetrate into his body. Chen Zong instantly burst out with a tyrannical soul sense to resist, but it did not seem to be very effective. Although his soul sense was strong, the opponent's will was even stronger. This kind of strength was not reflected in quantity, but in quality. The soul sense of a Saint Realm master had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Senior, what do you mean by this? Chen Zong's voice was somewhat cold. Being swept by the opponent's will and still trying to penetrate his body, it was undoubtedly spying on everything about him. In the world of cultivators, this was a provocation, enough to cause a life-and-death struggle. Your body is very good. Your soul sense is strong, your blood qi is vigorous, and your spiritual energy is pure. I am very satisfied. The voice of the great Abyss King sounded again, neither sad nor happy, only boundless and vigorous. The great Abyss King's words made Chen Zong's heart tremble unconsciously, and his face changed slightly. A bad feeling gushed out from the deepest part of his heart like a spring. Black light surged, and the heavy dragon's sword was unsheathed, breaking through the air. The majestic and extremely sharp pitch-black sword light bombarded the small figure as if it was crushing a vacuum. Still resisting me? The great Abyss King sneered. His figure flashed, and he calmly dodged Chen Zong's sword attack, turning into a stream of light and rushing at Chen Zong. Fast. The great Abyss King's speed was so fast that Chen Zong could not react in time, and he had already appeared in front of Chen Zong. For the first time, Chen Zong felt that his body's reaction could not keep up with his consciousness, as if his body was stiff. He could not withdraw the heavy dragon sword in time, and could only raise his left hand and put his fingers together like a sword. With a touch of sharp brilliance on his fingertips, he fiercely pointed his finger at the great Abyss King like a sharp sword, piercing through the air. Fast reaction and superb combat awareness. I am even more satisfied. The sneer came into Chen Zong's ears. The great Abyss King had already calmly dodged the attack. The heavy dragon sword was wielded, and the incomparably mysterious swordsmanship was displayed. Sword after sword kept attacking the great Abyss King. The sword fingers of his left hand cooperated with each other, and there were no blind spots. It could be said that Chen Zong had exerted the third level of swordsmanship, the heart reigning the sword, to the extreme, and also the unbreakable sword circle to the extreme. But even so, he still could not do anything to the great Abyss King. It was as if Chen Zong's every move was under the control of the opponent, and even the rhythm of the battle was gradually controlled by the opponent. Knowing this, Chen Zong was powerless to change the situation, and this feeling was very uncomfortable. His face was as cold as iron, and Chen Zong's heart was constantly under pressure. This kind of pressure could not be suppressed, but Chen Zong did not pay attention to it, and concentrated on wielding his sword and improving himself. Pressure. The increasing pressure made Chen Zong breathless. Chen Zong had not experienced this kind of deep sense of powerlessness for a long, long time. All along, when he fought with others, it was always his opponent who gradually could not bear his sword, and he who dominated the rhythm of the battle. But now it was the other way around. Chen Zong could be sure that at this moment, he had already exerted his swordsmanship to the extreme. Every stroke of his sword was exquisite to the extreme, breaking past his previous limits, and even to the point where water and wind could not enter his body. But the great Abyss King was even more frightening. Not only did he calmly avoid Chen Zong's every stroke, but he also went in and out at will, as if nothing affected him at all. It felt as if the great Abyss King could walk through the cracks in the void. Horrifying! Chen Zong was horrified. Could it be that this was the ability of the ancient experts? Chen Zong could see that the great Abyss King was not in his complete form, or rather, it should be a body of consciousness that carried the soul. The strength he possessed was many times weaker than when he was at his peak. But even with this kind of strength, Chen Zong could not do anything about it. A quarter of an hour. Chen Zong exerted all his strength to wield his sword for a quarter of an hour. He was more tired than when he fought hard for 2 hours in the past, but he could not do anything to his opponent. Strong. The great Abyss King was really too strong. Moreover, he was only dodging continuously, and yet Chen Zong was so helpless and exhausted. Even with Chen Zong's strong physique, he still felt his arms go numb and sore from such a high-intensity attack. Qin Zong's sword didn't slow down in the slightest, as if he was challenging his own limits with his tenacious and indomitable will. It was even to the extent that every single sword strike became more harmonious and carried with it a trace of an indescribable rhythm. After dodging Qin Zong's sword, the Great Abyss King pointed his finger as he spoke, "Take this." The Great Abyss King's body was very small, only the size of Qin Zong's palm. Naturally, his finger was even smaller. Compared to Qin Zong, it was like comparing a mouse to an elephant. However, as the Great Abyss King pointed his finger, Qin Zong's expression became extremely solemn. The world in front of him disappeared, and so did the Great Abyss King in front of him. Only a small finger was constantly enlarging, filling his eyes and the whole world. That finger was like a pillar holding up the sky, like the light that could collapse the sky, like the finger of a demon god. It was boundless, vigorous, and domineering, enveloping everything, leaving no place to hide. With one finger, the sky fell and the earth cracked. With one finger, the light shone forever. This finger carried an indescribable power, as if it had triggered the whole world. Qin Zong had the thought that he could not resist, let alone dodge, and could only wait for death. However, Qin Zong's mind was extremely tenacious, his will was extremely firm, and his faith was incomparably strong. Especially after the trip to the suspension bridge, he had been further tempered, like a sword embryo being sharpened. Slash! With only one thought, Qin Zong withstood the enormous pressure that was like a falling pillar and collapsing the sky, and slashed his sword. This was the slash of the heavy dragon sword, as well as the slash of Qin Zong's body and the slash of Qin Zong's will. The heavy dragon sword seemed to let out an earth-shattering roar. The pitch-black sword light bloomed, like a black sun hanging in the sky, swallowing all the light. However, under the light of the opponent's finger, the darkness quickly melted, like snow being roasted by the scorching sun. Silently, the finger pointed at the heavy dragon sword. Chapter 12:30. It was as if he had been hit head-on by an ancient giant beast. There was no part of his body that didn't hurt. He felt as if his organs had been shattered, his bones and tendons had been torn apart, and his muscles, flesh, and skin had been damaged. His qi and blood surged and seeped out of his broken muscles and skin. In just a short time, Qin Zong was covered in blood. With a bang, Qin Zong's entire body slammed into the hard wall of the cave, smashing out a human figure. His body was instantly injured a second time by the huge impact. The moment he bounced forward, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the area in front of him red. He lay on the ground, bleeding all over, but his right hand was still tightly gripping the heavy dragon sword. His arm was twisted, obviously broken. Heavy injury. It was just a casual blow, but Qin Zong had suffered an unprecedented heavy injury. It was as if his body had been shattered. An indescribable pain surged through his body like a tide. Pain. It hurt to the bone marrow, to the depths of his soul. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe or think. However, he didn't faint. He relied on his incomparably strong willpower to stay awake and try to control the power in his body to stand up again. But it was very difficult. It was extremely difficult to even move a finger. For the first time, Qin Zong's fuzzy consciousness told him that this was the first time he had suffered such a heavy injury. He was almost on the verge of death. The Great Abyss King flew above Qin Zong and looked down at him from above. "Not bad. You didn't die after taking a blow from me." The Great Abyss King nodded with satisfaction. "The strength of this body and the depth of its foundation are even greater than my original body. Don't worry. Once I control your body, I will use your body to reach the peak of Tao." As the Great Abyss King spoke, he became excited. His eyes shone with an incomparably shocking light. In the ancient war, the Eternal Ice Emperor's blow had made the Mystery Realm take shape. He, the Great Abyss King, had fought with strong enemies and was finally heavily injured. He opened up a small cave here to heal his injuries. Unexpectedly, his injuries were too severe. After setting up a trap, he passed away in the small cave. Although the body was dead, the soul did not disappear. However, as time passed, if the soul was not replenished, it would slowly wear down and eventually disappear. Fortunately, the Great Abyss King had once encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained a soul-nurturing storage ring. This storage ring was not an ordinary storage ring, but a special storage ring. Not only did it have an extremely large internal space, but it was also embedded with a tiny soul-nurturing stone. The soul-nurturing stone was an extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. It could nurture one's soul and slowly increase the strength of one's soul. In the end, it could cause one's soul to transform. Of course, the soul-nourishing stone in the Great Abyss King's storage ring was too small, and the power it contained was relatively weak. Therefore, it could only slow down the loss of the soul body's power and weaken it to 1/1000th of its original power. Otherwise, even if it still existed, it would be extremely weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Hidden within the soul-nurturing stone, the Great Abyss King's consciousness had been in a deep slumber this entire time. It was only awakened when Chernzong arrived and attacked the storage ring. Of course, there had been people who had entered in the past, but they could not pass the suspension bridge. At that bridge, even Chernzong, with his astonishing soul and will, had almost died, let alone others. Since waking up, the Great Abyss King had been observing Chernzong. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. Later on, he even tried to test him and found that this boy's body was even more amazing than his own. Of course, his original body was at the Saint Rudiment stage, and not just any ordinary Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, it was not something Chernzong could compare to. The Great Abyss King compared himself to Chernzong at the same level before reaching the Saint Rudiment stage. At that time, he already had the idea of taking over Chernzong's body. After taking over a new and better body and completely controlling it, he would be able to cultivate again. In the future, he would definitely be able to achieve what he had in the past and even surpass it. It would not be impossible for him to break through to the Great Saint realm. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he was. The reason why the Great Abyss King had severely injured Chernzong was because he was worried that Chernzong would have some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he was severely injured and had no strength to resist, he naturally allowed the Great Abyss King to do whatever he wanted. With a flash, the Great Abyss King's consciousness rushed toward Chernzong's head and disappeared in an instant. Chernzong had already known the other party's malicious intent, so he made a move. Unexpectedly, the difference in strength was too great. He was no match for the Great Abyss King at all. With just one blow, he suffered an unprecedented injury and was on the verge of death, unable to resist. Now, the Great Abyss King's soul rushed directly into his mind, trying to devour his soul and take over his body. This made Chernzong's hair stand on end and he felt desperate. The crisis of death was imminent. Chernzong was powerless to stop it. He could only let the Great Abyss King's consciousness enter his knowledge sea. Even though many years had passed and the Great Abyss King's soul and consciousness were no longer at their peak, they were still very powerful. When a cultivator broke through to the transcendent realm, they would develop a spiritual sense. When they broke through to the saint realm, the spiritual sense would transform and become stronger. It could no longer be called spiritual sense, but sacred will. There was a fundamental difference between sacred will and spiritual sense. The Great Abyss King's remnant soul controlled the sacred will to condense a sacred will into a spiritual body. It was inherently very powerful. When the Great Abyss King's sacred will entered Chernzong's knowledge sea, Chernzong had a feeling that his knowledge sea was too small to accommodate the Great Abyss King's sacred will and would be crushed. But in fact, it was not that his knowledge sea was small, but that the great Abyss King's sacred will was inherently very powerful. Although Chunzong's knowledge sea was stronger and more stable than an ordinary half-saint, it could not be compared to a true Saint Realm expert. Inside his knowledge sea, the wind and rain were blowing, as if the end of the world was coming. In an instant, Chunzong also condensed his spiritual sense body. As soon as it appeared, his knowledge sea immediately calmed down. After all, this was his knowledge sea, his home ground, and it was under his control. Chunzong's body was severely injured, and he could barely move, but his spiritual sense and soul were still intact. Seeing Chunzong condense his spiritual sense body in an instant, the great Abyss King was a little surprised. This boy had once again exceeded his expectations, but the more it was like this, the better. When he devoured his opponent's soul, he could recover more and faster. Break. In his knowledge sea, the great Abyss King's sacred will was like a high and mighty god controlling everything. He pointed a finger. The finger sealed the sky and locked the earth with a terrifying power. It was like the finger of a god crushing an ant. It blasted toward Chunzong's spiritual sense body. Slash! Chunzong looked solemn and cold. With a thought, the sword of spiritual sense condensed in his hand out of thin air, and a trace of sharpness spread out. He swung the sword and slashed. Inside his knowledge sea, he was more flexible, and the power he could use seemed to be more powerful. The power of this sword was still not as powerful as the great Abyss King's finger, but this sword was more exquisite. It seemed to be free from the shackles of the body, and became more mysterious, more agile, and more free. Chunzong suddenly had a strange feeling when this sword was slashed out. Traces of spiritual light suddenly appeared, and he had a brand new understanding. However, the spiritual light was too fragmented, and Chunzong was fighting with the body of sacred will of the great Abyss King. He didn't have the spare energy to comprehend it. Fight. The great Abyss King was more and more shocked when he saw that his finger had not only failed to defeat his opponent, but also that his opponent's sword had found a gap to attack him. A genius! A monster! In the ancient times, such a talent would have been famous in the world. He was much better than the great Abyss King of the past, and could even reach the Emperor Realm. In the ancient times, Emperor Realm geniuses had a high chance of breaking through and becoming a supreme saint. If the great Abyss King occupied this body, he would be able to break through and become a supreme saint and stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, the great Abyss King became more and more excited. He pointed his finger again. This time, the power of this finger was stronger, and the knowledge sea seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Chunzong attacked again. This time, the light of the sword was more intense, but it was still a little scattered and confused because he did not have enough time and energy to think about it. He used all his strength to explore himself, and attacked again and again. The pressure from the great Abyss King was too strong, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that the great Abyss King was also angry, and Chunzong's spiritual consciousness was being consumed more and more. However, this kind of consumption also made Chunzong feel extremely satisfied. He did not have the deep sense of helplessness that he felt when he fought with his body. The more they fought, the more surprised the great Abyss King was. Tenacious. This boy was too tenacious, so tenacious that even the great Abyss King was horrified and terrified. One could imagine how much trauma he would suffer if he was born in the same generation as this boy. This feeling involuntarily reminded the great Abyss King of the ancient times. He and the ancient Ice Emperor were of the same generation, but unfortunately, the ancient Ice Emperor had become a supreme saint, while he was only at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm, not even a half-step supreme saint. Not only that, when they were in the same realm, he had also fought the ancient Ice Emperor, but he was no match for him at all. It was a fundamental difference. It was a difference that no matter how hard he tried to catch up, he could only look at the ancient Ice Emperor's back. It was a regrettable difference that he could not make up for even if he was wounded and killed in a fierce battle with a strong enemy. But now the great Abyss King saw hope. He saw the hope of surpassing himself, the hope of catching up and even surpassing the ancient Ice Emperor. And the hope was right in front of him, right now. Thinking of this, the great Abyss King decided to use all his strength. The reason he did not use all his strength before was that it would consume too much of his strength, and he was unwilling to do so. After all, every time he used up his strength, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy to make up for it. However, Chen Zong's body of spiritual consciousness was too tenacious, so he had no choice but to use all his strength. When he used all his strength, Chen Zong's body of spiritual consciousness suddenly trembled, and cracks appeared in his knowledge sea. Immediately, the great Abyss King pointed a finger. This finger seemed to be done casually, but the space under the finger cracked and black cracks appeared. It was a shocking sight. An indescribable throbbing rose up uncontrollably, as if this finger would shatter his body of spiritual consciousness. There was no way to resist it. At that time, his broken spiritual consciousness and soul would be devoured by the other party, completely disappearing from the world. Then, his body would be taken over by the other party, and he would be completely controlled by the other party, living in his own appearance in the world. Chapter 12:31. The sea of consciousness was like heaven and earth. The finger pierced through it like the heavens and the primordial chaos. Its power was unparalleled and invincible. With one finger, the heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, all life was extinguished, a huge pressure fell from the sky. Chen Zong's body of soul was completely immobilized by this terrifying pressure. Cracks even appeared on it, and it began to collapse. In the next moment, Chen Zong's body of soul would collapse, and even his soul would be seriously injured and fragmented. Everything was irreversible. Everything had come to a dead end. Heart Sword Seal. In the face of danger, Chen Zong made a last-ditch effort. The Heart Sword Seal was his last resort. However, Chen Zong was not sure if it would be effective. It was full of unknowns. But now that things had come to this, he could only make a last-ditch effort. Success, life. Defeat, death. There was no chance of luck. However, the Heart Sword Seal did not respond at all. In an instant, Chen Zong's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. When the finger reached him, despair descended like an abyss and swallowed Chen Zong. Why did the Heart Sword Seal not respond? Could it be that the power of the Heart Sword Seal had been completely exhausted after traveling back and forth between the Kanglan world and the Lingwu Holy World twice? If so, this was the great tribulation of his life. Should he die here? At the moment of his death, Chen Zong's mind broke through the limit. All kinds of thoughts emerged, and images seemed to flash before his eyes, like a picture scroll unfolding. Birth, cultivation, rise, separation in life and death, step by step until now. Unwilling. Chen Zong's heart was full of unwillingness. He was still young. He had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He had not really stepped into the ranks of the strong, let alone reached the peak. How could he die like this? But what could he do? With one finger, everything would come to an end. He would bid farewell to this world forever. Chen Zong would not give up until the last moment. But now, he had used all the trump cards he could think of, and they were useless. Die. A smile appeared on King Taiyuan's face, and he was even more excited. Finally, he was going to be resurrected. At the same time, in the 212th Cloud Hall of White Cloud Mountain, a sword placed in a box gently trembled, producing a bone-chilling hum. Strands of sword chi revolved around the sword, surging endlessly. Suddenly, a strand of grayish-white hair appeared out of thin air in Chen Zong's sea of consciousness as if it had penetrated through space and time. As soon as the grayish-white color appeared, an indescribable aura of nirvanic extermination spread out. His sea of consciousness, which was about to collapse, stabilized in an instant, and all the cracks disappeared. The grayish-white breath fell into the hand of Chen Zong's body of soul sense. In an instant, it turned into a grayish-white long sword. The astonishing pressure that seemed to be crushing him was also offset. Chen Zong's body of soul sense stabilized. Chen Zong was a little dumbfounded. Even if Chen Zong's talent was outstanding and his willpower was strong, he wouldn't change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But at this moment what was happening was unbelievable. The grayish-white long sword in his hand was condensed from a wisp of grayish-white breath. The aura of nirvanic extermination that it emitted was very familiar. Chen Zong could not help but associate it with the nirvanic evil sword that he had placed in the cloud hall of White Cloud Mountain. However, White Cloud Mountain was extremely far away from him, and was separated by the deep ice sea, and the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an independent space. How could the nirvanic evil sword penetrate through? Or could it be that some of the power of the nirvanic evil sword had already silently entered his body without him noticing? As soon as he thought about it, the strong pressure came again, and Chen Zong instantly came to his senses. Now it was a battle of life and death, and there was no time to delay. Holding the long sword formed by the nirvanic sword chi, he slashed it upwards. It looked simple, but it was extremely mysterious. This slash was launched later, but it arrived first. It directly avoided the powerful finger of King Taiyuan, and slashed out with the finger like two opposing parallel lines. Fast. King Taiyuan's pupils contracted unconsciously, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The moment the finger was about to hit Chen Zong's body of consciousness, Chen Zong's sword slashed through King Taiyuan's body of sacred will, and the sword in his hand disappeared. Even the body of sacred will, which was stronger than the body of consciousness, could not withstand the power of the nirvanic sword chi. King Taiyuan's finger stopped in front of Chen Zong's body of consciousness, as if it had been frozen. King Taiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body was covered by a grayish-white light. Then, cracks appeared on his body and spread rapidly. Collapse. In an instant, King Taiyuan's body collapsed, leaving behind little spots of light of unknown colors in Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Those spots of light spread rapidly to Chen Zong's body of consciousness and disappeared into it. An intense pain of being pierced through instantly spread out, and a torrent of information exploded, destroying everything. Drowned by the sharp pain, Chen Zong's consciousness seemed to fall into a channel that emitted countless lights. It kept shuttling and leaping, and that channel seemed to be a space-time channel. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong's consciousness separated from that channel. The new world was vast. In the distance, a large patch of grayish-black light, like the clouds in the sky, was surging over with an overwhelming force. It was filled with an astonishing evil wave, and it was filled with a terrifying aura of brutality and bloodlust. Under the vast grayish-black aura, there was an army of figures that emitted a terrifying aura. They flew over like a swarm of locusts that wanted to devour everything. Seeing those figures, Chen Zong was horrified. Void demons. They were exactly the same as the void demons he encountered in the demon-devouring forbidden area of the Earth Demon Abyss in Blue Wave World, but countless times stronger. With a little surprise, Chen Zong's eyes swept over to his left and right. Figures with different lights and astonishing auras stood in the air. They were cultivators. The aura emanating from each of these cultivators was extremely tyrannical, far surpassing the transcendent realm. All of them were Saint Realm Masters. When Chen Zong's eyes fell on the leader of this group, he was even more shocked. The icy blue aura was like a raging flame, covering a radius of several thousand meters and freezing everything in the world. Among them, there was a figure in an icy blue robe. He couldn't see the front, only the back and the side. When Chen Zong stared at it, an astonishing chill spread, as if it wanted to freeze him. Could it be that I went back to the ancient times to witness that battle? Chenzong suddenly thought. Perhaps he had absorbed the memories of King Taiyuan's soul. Then, the figure that made him feel like he was being frozen at a glance was the ancient Ice Empress. The so-called ancient enemy was none other than the Void Demon. For a moment, Chenzong felt like he was enlightened. 10,000 feet of ice. The army of void demons approached with tyrannical bloodlust and destruction. The ancient Ice Empress took the lead. She waved her hand. It seemed simple, but it contained the trajectory of the heavenly way. It was incomparably mysterious, as if the hand of heaven had struck down. Immediately, countless frost condensed in the void, stretching for tens of thousands of meters. It stood in the void like a towering ice mountain and instantly pushed forward. The void was vast and mighty, and a storm raged and destroyed everything. The terrifying power within a radius of dozens of kilometers was impacted, and a large number of void demons at the front were frozen and exploded. The towering ice mountain was invincible, directly crushing thousands of void demons. However, the void demons rushed forward and bombarded the ice mountain, shattering it. The shattered ice mountain suddenly turned into a stream of ice, as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. It killed hundreds of void demons before it was exhausted. With just one strike, more than 1,000 void demons, who were as powerful as Saint Realm cultivators, were killed. Chenzong was extremely shocked. The other cultivators also made their move. The palm print pierced through the air, covering a radius of thousands of meters. When the palm fell, it seemed as if the void was collapsing. The finger was like a pillar of heaven that crossed the sky, crushing everything. The leg was like a falling pillar of heaven that collapsed the earth. Suddenly, a sword light lit up, but the sky was overshadowed. It was as if the sword light was the only source of light between heaven and earth. It was eternal. The sword light seemed to have traveled through time and space from ancient times. It was boundlessly sharp, unparalleled, and indestructible. It could cut through heaven and earth and split the present and the past. The sword light completely attracted Chenzong's attention. It was as if his mind was completely absorbed by it. He followed the sword light that crossed the world. It was like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the void demons were cut apart like thin paper. Their tyrannical bodies seemed so fragile under the sword light. They were like nothing. The number of void demons killed by the sword light was only slightly less than the ancient Ice Empress. Chenzong looked in the direction of the sword light and saw a middle-aged man in a dark silver robe swinging his sword. The dark silver longsword pierced through the air, directly tearing a black hole in the void. It tore through space. His sword was so powerful that it could tear through space. The man's appearance was ordinary. His sideburns were white, but his eyes were extremely sharp. They were so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce through and tear through everything. They were so sharp that nothing could resist them. The sword was so sharp that it could cut through everything. It was an invincible sword. The man's sword moved Chenzong greatly. The battle was fierce. Every breath, there would be an evil void devil being killed, and every breath, there would be a cultivator dying as well. At a glance, there was a large black mass. It was unknown how many void demons there were. Chenzong was shocked. The weakest of these void demons was at the Saint Realm. At a glance, there were countless of them. It was terrifying. An army of Saint Realm powerhouses. It was terrifying to imagine such a scene. In Chenzong's eyes, Saint Realm powerhouses were powerhouses. However, there were so many of them. It was undoubtedly terrifying. It seems that only those who have reached the great Saint Realm can be called powerhouses standing at the peak of the world. Chenzong could not help but think to himself. In this battle, ancient Ice Empress was not the only great Saint Realm powerhouse on the cultivator's side. There were other great saints, but they were not as powerful as ancient Ice Empress. Chapter 1232. Fight, fight, fight. Murderous intent filled the air. Smoke filled the air. The sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the earth collapsed. Countless rumbling sounds rang out continuously. In the next moment, the scene also shattered. Chen Zong felt the world spin, as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he woke up, he had returned to his body. Shocking. Chen Zong was still shocked beyond words, as if he had traveled back in time to witness the earth-shattering battle in the ancient times. Soon after, the intense pain in his body swept through his entire body like floodwaters, causing Chen Zong to wake up. Relying on his tenacious will, Chen Zong took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. As the pill's power dissolved, a cool aura gradually spread throughout his body, alleviating the pain bit by bit and healing his injuries bit by bit. However, Chen Zong's injuries were too severe. It was unprecedentedly severe. Without some heaven-defying spirit medicine, it would not be easy for him to recover. He could only do it bit by bit. He swallowed another pill to recover, and at the same time, his strength was restored. As his injuries healed bit by bit, Chen Zong's body's self-healing ability seemed to have been activated, doubling the speed of his recovery. After swallowing a few more pills, Chen Zong allowed the pill's power to dissolve and heal his injuries together with his body's self-healing ability. Then, he checked the Great Abyss King's memories. His consciousness seemed to have traveled back in time to witness the earth-shattering battle in the ancient times, but it was actually just the Great Abyss King's memories. The Great Abyss King was one of the participants in that battle. Everything that Chen Zong saw was everything that the Great Abyss King saw. The shattering of the final scene was caused by the Great Abyss King falling from the sky due to his injuries. In addition to the memories of the ancient battle, Chen Zong also obtained the rest of the Great Abyss King's memories. Although it was not comprehensive, there was still a lot of it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's soul was very strong, so he was able to withstand it. At the same time, Chen Zong's soul power was further enhanced because he had absorbed some of the Great Abyss King's remnant soul power. He sensed that his soul power had increased by about 20%. One had to know that after Chen Zong's soul liquefied, it had become extremely powerful. Many Saint Realm masters could not compare to it. After all, it was difficult to directly cultivate one's soul unless one obtained some rare treasures that could strengthen one's soul. Now it had grown by another 20%. The effect was very shocking, and it further improved Chen Zong's comprehension ability. The Great Abyss King had lost a portion of his memories due to the loss of his soul. Even though it wasn't all of his memories, it was still shocking. These memories included all kinds of knowledge, as well as memories of cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as some memories of cultivation methods and so on. Chen Zong's knowledge of the world would be greatly enriched, and his vision and state of mind would be broadened. The memory of cultivation methods and martial arts could also enrich Chen Zong's foundation, and the memory of cultivation methods could provide references for him to avoid detours. The first part of the memory was the richest and most complicated. Chen Zong only skimmed through it briefly and did not delve too deeply into it. However, these memories existed in the depths of his soul and would appear once he touched them. For example, if he saw a spirit herb that he did not recognize before, and the Great Abyss King's memory had it, then the memory of that spirit herb would appear, allowing Chen Zong to learn all the information about that spirit herb. As his injuries gradually healed, Chen Zong also checked his memories of cultivation methods and martial arts. The Great Abyss King was a master at the peak of the Saint Realm. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years and experienced countless things. From weak to strong, he had obtained many cultivation methods and martial arts that covered a wide range of areas. However, Chen Zong did not pay much attention to most of the cultivation methods and martial arts. He mainly checked the Saint-grade cultivation methods and martial arts. In the Great Abyss King's memory, there were a total of 6 Saint-grade cultivation methods. 3 of them were Saint-grade low rank, 2 were Saint-grade mid rank, and 1 was Saint-grade high rank. What Chen Zong paid the most attention to was naturally the Saint-grade high-rank cultivation method, which was also the main cultivation method of the Great Abyss King. It was called the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art. It had 27 stages, and the power cultivated was as vast as the sky and as deep as the abyss. It was very powerful. As for the other two Saint-grade mid-rank cultivation methods, they were similar to the White Cloud High Sky Art, so Chen Zong did not pay much attention to them. Although the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art was more powerful, it was not easy to switch to another cultivation method. It would be difficult to achieve any results without at least half a year's time. The Ice Emperor's secret realm would only be open for 3 months, so there was no time for Chen Zong to switch to another cultivation method. He could only keep it until he left this place. In addition to cultivation methods, there were also martial arts. There were also many martial arts, but what Chen Zong cared about were the Saint-grade martial arts. There were more Saint-grade martial arts than cultivation methods. There were a total of 8 Saint-grade martial arts. 4 of them were Saint-grade low-rank martial arts, 2 were Saint-grade mid-rank martial arts, 1 was incomplete Saint-grade high-rank martial arts, and 1 was complete Saint-grade high-rank martial arts. The 8 Saint-level martial arts were all different. 2 of them were finger skills, low-rank and high-rank finger skills, 1 was a blade skill, low-rank Saint-level, 1 was a fist skill, mid-rank Saint-level, 1 was a defensive martial art, low-rank Saint-level, 1 was a movement skill, mid-rank Saint-level, 1 was a sword skill, low-rank Saint-level, and the last incomplete high-rank Saint-level martial art was a leg skill. The 8 Saint-grade martial arts each had their own merits and characteristics. The body skill and sword skill are useful to me. I can also cultivate the finger skill if I have time. Chen Zong thought to himself. The Great Abyss King had cultivated all 8 Saint-level martial arts to a certain extent. At the very least, he had a basic grasp of them. From the Great Abyss King's memory, Chen Zong knew the Great Abyss King's mastery of the 8 Saint-grade martial arts. The Saint-grade high-rank finger skill was the most proficient. He had cultivated it to the extreme and grasped the true meaning. The body skill also grasped the true meaning. The defense martial arts, fist skill, and leg skill came in second place. As for the blade skill and sword skill, he had only cultivated them to a proficient level. These memories and insights were just right for Chen Zong to use. As long as Chen Zong wanted to cultivate, he could use them as reference to improve his mastery of the Saint-grade martial arts. The body skill was called 1,000 Shadows, 1,000 Illusions. The sword skill was called 1,000 People Extreme Slashing. As for the finger skill, it was called Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Finger. It was a martial art that went hand in hand with the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering skill. This kind of martial art that went hand in hand with the cultivation method was often more powerful. Then there were the secret skills. Secret skills were often a part of the cultivator's strength. A powerful secret skill could change the outcome of a battle. There were many secret skills in the Great Abyss King's memories. Most of them were cultivated by him. They ranged from grade 3 to grade 9. Grade 7 secret skills were effective for ordinary Saint Rudiment Realm cultivators, grade 8 secret skills were even more effective, and grade 9 secret skills were even more effective. Although the higher the grade of the secret skill, the higher the difficulty of cultivating it. Moreover, if one's base strength was too low, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of a high-grade secret skill. The last part was the memories of the cultivation Tao. These memories further broadened Chen Zong's horizons. He understood the difference between the cultivation Tao of the ancient times and the current one. For example, the ranks of geniuses. The Sky Pillar upper region didn't have a perfect ranking system for geniuses. Generally, they were divided into geniuses, elite geniuses, super geniuses, and even prodigies. For example, Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, Bai Xia, and Chen Zong were classified as prodigies. However, there were still differences between them. In ancient times, they were divided into general, marquis, monarch, king, and emperor. The general rank was the lowest while the emperor rank was the highest. The ranking system was more rigorous than the sky pillar upper region. It was not only based on talent but also potential and other comprehensive factors. Generally, it was very difficult for one to break through to the Saint Rudiment realm before reaching the general level. In other words, only a general-level genius could guarantee a breakthrough to the Saint Rudiment realm. Of course, nothing was absolute. Some geniuses could break through to the Saint Rudiment realm before reaching the general level. However, the chances were very low. Moreover, not all general-level geniuses could break through to the Saint Rudiment realm. The marquis geniuses above the general level had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Saint Rudiment realm. The monarch level above the marquis level not only had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Saint Rudiment realm, but they could also go further in the Saint Rudiment realm. The king level was above the monarch level. King-level geniuses were no small matter. Some of them had a chance of breaking through to the Great Saint realm. The emperor-level geniuses above the king level had a great chance of breaking through to the Great Saint realm. Most of the Great Saint realm powerhouses in ancient times were emperor-level geniuses. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was another type of genius called the Transcendent Ancient Grade. The Transcendent Ancient Grade referred to geniuses who surpassed ancient and modern times. They were above the emperor level, and were considered geniuses who had a 100% chance of breaking through to the Great Saint realm. The level of a genius was not only about their future achievements, but also about their strength when they were at the same level. When a general-level genius is at the limit of the transcendent realm, their strength is far greater than that of an ordinary transcendent realm expert. When a marquis-level genius is at the limit of the transcendent realm, they have the strength to contend with an ordinary low-level half-saint without the help of external forces. When a monarch-level genius is at the limit of the transcendent realm, they have the strength to defeat an ordinary low-level half-saint, but they are no match for a mid-level half-saint. When a king-level genius is at the limit of the transcendent realm, they have the strength to contend with an ordinary mid-level half-saint. Chernzong was very surprised by the Great Abyss King's memories. Judging from this, he could only be considered a marquis-level genius? No, it should be more than the marquis level. Chernzong overturned this judgment. After all, he had not really reached the limit of the transcendent realm. Body tempering was like this. Even if he was at chi refining, there was still a lot of room for improvement. For example, he could cultivate a saint-grade cultivation method to a higher level. Of course, this was only a brief judgment based on the Great Abyss King's memories. Chernzong did not know the specific. Unfortunately, the saint-grade cultivation methods in the Great Abyss King's memories did not include a body-tempering secret art, which was a pity. The Great Abyss King's memories were also very vast. Chernzong omitted the first part and slowly went through the remaining two parts, which took a lot of time. When his consciousness returned, Chernzong also found that his injuries had healed a lot. However, because his injuries were too serious, he had only recovered 30%. It would take a lot of time for him to fully recover the remaining 70%. Well, in that case, I will first comprehend the Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique here. If there is enough time, I will participate in the Thousand Shadows Thousand Illusions movement technique. Chernzong secretly thought. With this in mind, Chernzong quickly entered a state of meditation. The Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique was an inferior saint-grade sword technique. Its exquisiteness was far superior to that of a superior spiritual grade sword technique. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, Chernzong's comprehension was superb. Because he had absorbed the remnant soul of the Great Abyss King, his comprehension was enhanced further. Even so, it was not so easy to comprehend the mystery of the Thousand Blades Extreme Beheading Sword technique in a short time. Fortunately, the great Abyss King had also practiced the Thousand Blades extreme beheading sword technique when he was alive. Chen Zong could use the memories he left behind. Meditation. Soon, Chen Zong entered a state of meditation. The Thousand Blades extreme beheading sword technique could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage, 10 blades. The second stage, 100 blades. The third stage, 1,000 blades. The great Abyss King had practiced the first and second stages when he was alive. The third stage was only a preliminary stage. However, for now it was enough for Chunzong. In the state of meditation, there seemed to be a sword light shining in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. A sword light flashed across the sky with an astonishing sharpness, tearing everything apart. Chapter 1233. In the outside world, in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the geniuses were constantly looking for opportunities, but they were also constantly encountering danger. In the world of cultivation, opportunities were often directly proportional to danger. Without effort there would be no gain. In the small cave dwelling, Chunzong was not disturbed at all. He was wholeheartedly comprehending. As time passed, his injuries gradually healed by relying on his own self-healing ability and the effects of medicinal pills. He had already recovered to 70%. Since he had recovered to 70%, it basically did not affect Chunzong's movements. Using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. Suddenly, 9 uneven sword lights pierced through the air. Each sword light was extremely dazzling and sharp. It was extremely shocking. The 9 sword lights slashed the cave walls one after another. Immediately, 9 sword marks of different lengths and depths appeared on the hard cave walls. Staring at the 9 sword lights, Chunzong frowned slightly and shook his head. He was very dissatisfied. What he had just displayed was the 1,000 Blades extreme slash. However, he had not yet reached the first stage. Therefore, the 9 sword lights he displayed were of different lengths and thicknesses, and their power was also different. The difference was huge. Only when he broke through to the first stage could he be considered to have reached the initial stage of the 1,000 Blades extreme slash. Only then could he display its true power. However, Chunzong had been cultivating for a while, but he was still unable to master it. Even with his super-high comprehension ability and the guidance of the great Abyss King's cultivation memories, the Saint-grade lower martial skill was still very advanced. With Chunzong's cultivation base and realm that had yet to reach the Saint realm, it was still difficult for him to master it. He racked his brains but did not know how to break through. Unknowingly, Chunzong thought of the expert in the way of the sword in the great Abyss King's memories. Every strike of the sword was earth-shattering and contained indescribable mysteries. That great Abyss King's sword skills and sword Tao were too advanced and mysterious. It was far from what Chunzong could comprehend at the moment. However, Chunzong still felt a little inspired from it. He also thought of the battle he had with the great Abyss King in his knowledge sea. In that battle, he had given his all and had an indescribable inspiration. Before he knew it, Chunzong had entered a state of epiphany. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless void, swimming in endless mysteries. Countless spiritual lights gushed out, gradually converging into streams, surging into rivers, converging into seas. 1. A pleasant voice rang out. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, shooting out an unparalleled sharpness, ethereal and clear like a divine sword shining in the world. This kind of divine light pressed forward courageously. It possessed great willpower, faith, and determination. No matter how difficult the world was, it couldn't be stopped in the slightest. If one tried to stop it, they would instead be shattered into powder and disappear from the world. I have a sword that can fight against heaven and earth. I have a sword that can cut through all things. I have a sword that can illuminate time and space. After a great enlightenment, inspiration gushed out and converged into a river and a sea. A wisp of sword light rose from the sea and shot straight up into the sky as if it was going to split open the ends of the sky. The incomparably sharp divine light was restrained and disappeared into Chen Zong's eyes. The black and white of his eyes were distinct. The white was like light, vast and mighty, while the black was like an abyss, deep and mysterious. His eyes were clear and ethereal, as if they had seen through all obstacles. Traces of sword light flickered in the depths of his pupils. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt that the road ahead was clear, and he was no longer confused. Countless insights of the sword principle emerged one after another, sweeping over like a tide. Chen Zong slowly closed his eyes, and all the mysteries seemed to disappear. 3 breaths. Chen Zong suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out like cold lightning. 10 blades cutting extremity. He shouted in a deep and cold voice, and his fingers cut through the air like a sword. 10 extremely dazzling sword lights suddenly cut open the void. The 10 sword lights were of the same length and thickness, and each of them was about a meter long. At the same time, they cut into the hard cave wall, leaving 10 deep sword marks. 10 blades cutting extremity. Chen Zong waved his sword again, and 10 sword lights broke through the air, becoming more and more dazzling. He performed it again and again. Gradually, when the sword lights were extremely dazzling, they suddenly restrained and became simple and unadorned. Chen Zong knew that he had really mastered the first level of the 1,000 men cutting extremity sword technique. He unsheathed the heavy dragon sword and cut through the air. 10 nearly 2-meter-long sword lights tore through the air, and with unparalleled power and sharpness, they cut through the air. 10 even deeper sword marks were left on the hard cave wall. Immediately, Chen Zong combined the body-refining dragon power and chi-refining spiritual power to perform the heart-sinking sword, and slashed out. The pitch-black sword light with astonishing majesty bombarded the hard cave wall, leaving a deep sword mark. After careful comparison, Chen Zong found that the sword marks left by the heart-sinking sword and the 10 sword marks left by performing the 10 blades cutting extremity were similar in length and depth. In other words, the power of each sword light of the 10 blades cutting extremity was comparable to that of the heart-sinking sword. It was equivalent to performing 10 moves of the heart-sinking sword at once. This discovery made Chen Zong gasp. One had to know that the heart-sinking sword was a new power formed by the fusion of the body-refining dragon power and the chi-refining spirit power. In terms of power, it was several times stronger than the chi-refining spirit power alone. However, the 10 blades cutting extremity was performed by chi-refining spiritual power, and yet it was so powerful. This could only prove one thing, and that was the brilliance and power of the saint-level martial arts. Unfortunately, the 10 blades cutting extremity could not be performed by the heart-sinking sword. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. After all, the 1,000 men cutting extremity sword technique was a saint-level martial art for chi-refining spiritual power, and it had nothing to do with body-refining spiritual power. Chen Zong's current martial arts attainment and realm were not enough to improve it. Saint-level martial arts can only be performed with the power of a saint-level cultivation method, Chen Zong thought to himself. This was King Taiyuan's understanding, and it was many times stronger than Chen Zong's. Obtaining King Taiyuan's memories was a great gain for Chen Zong. White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art. It was the first time Chen Zong had performed White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art since he came to the snow region and entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Chen Zong had just cultivated this saint-level mid-level cultivation method to the 4th level. It was not easy to cultivate a saint-level mid-level cultivation method, and each level required a lot of time. However, in comparison, Chen Zong's cultivation speed was actually very fast. After all, Chen Zong had only obtained White Cloud Soaring Heaven Art 7 months ago, and he had only cultivated it for 7 months. Including the time he spent comprehending it, it was no doubt amazing that he could cultivate it to the 4th level in 7 months. Fu Yunxiao had obtained white cloud soaring heaven art for more than 5 years, but he had only reached the peak of the 4th level. Compared to Chen Zong, the difference was obvious. Most cultivators in the transcendent realm would not be able to cultivate a saint-level cultivation method even if they obtained one. The 4th level of the white cloud soaring heavens technique was activated. Suddenly, the 9 spiritual wheels in Chen Zong's body began to rotate at an extraordinary speed. His spiritual energy surged like a raging tide. Wave after wave of spiritual energy flowed through his body in an incomparably complex and mysterious manner. After a full cycle, his spiritual energy also underwent a change. It became increasingly pure and tyrannical, and it even carried a faintly discernible aura. This aura was above spirit chi. The 4th level of white cloud soaring heaven art was fully activated, but there was not a single trace of brilliance outside his body. This meant that Chen Zong had complete control over this power, and it would not leak out at all. Moreover, Chen Zong's physique was tyrannical, so he could completely bear the burden. In other words, as long as Chen Zong wanted to, he could use white cloud soaring heaven art for a long time until his spirit chi was exhausted. This was something that Fu Yunxiao and the others could not compare with. The reason why Chen Zong didn't use the 4th level of the white cloud soaring heavens was because he realized that if he used the 4th level of the white cloud soaring heavens, his spiritual energy would become stronger, but it wouldn't increase his overall strength at all. Instead, it would weaken it. This was because the power of white cloud soaring heaven art could not be integrated with dragon force, so there was a gap between the two powers. As a result, the power of white cloud soaring heaven art alone could not be compared with the power of tranquil sword. With a thought, the sword came out. 10 pitch-black sword lights slashed through the air, filling the air with an indescribable mysterious charm. Slash. The 10 sword lights slashed the hard cave wall, shaking the cave. 10 deep sword marks appeared on the cave wall. Staring at the 10 sword marks, Chen Zong showed a smile. Sure enough, using a saint-grade secret art to perform a saint-grade martial art was more thorough. It was at least twice as powerful as the full power of tranquil sword. With a difference of twice as powerful, my strength should be comparable to an ordinary low-level half-saint. Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Being able to compete with an ordinary low-level half-saint while at the limit of the transcendent realm, this was the standard of a marquis-grade genius. However, according to the Great Abyss King's memories, almost all the titled geniuses in ancient times cultivated saint-grade secret arts or had powerful bloodlines. Chen Zong thought to himself, those geniuses who cultivated saint-grade secret arts had already cultivated them to a certain level and were able to better control them, replacing the original spirit-grade secret arts. Fu Yunxiao was an example. The difference in strength between him and the white clouds soaring heavens art was obvious, but because of the heavy burden, Fu Yunxiao couldn't use it continuously. The titled geniuses in ancient times could easily bear the burden of saint-grade secret arts. They had even cultivated saint-grade secret arts to the point where they could use it as a foundation instead of a burst of strength. Chen Zong hadn't achieved this yet. Therefore, Chen Zong believed that if he was a genius in ancient times, he wouldn't be lower than the Marquis grade. He should have surpassed the Marquis grade and reached the Monarch grade. If I'm only equivalent to the Monarch grade in ancient times, then how powerful would the King grade and Emperor grade be? Thinking of this, Chen Zong couldn't help but gasp. Not to mention the Transcendent grade, which was above the Emperor grade. Ancient times. That was an era where geniuses and masters were born in large numbers. How good would it be if he was born in ancient times? Chen Zong couldn't help but think to himself. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Chen Zong sat down cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend what he had just comprehended. The 4th level of swordsmanship. Yes, it was because he had reached the 4th level of swordsmanship that Chen Zong was able to master the 10 blades cutting technique. The fourth level of swordsmanship was called sword theory. It was a very mysterious realm. Under this realm, one would have a deeper understanding of their future path and a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. It would be easier for them to comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship and cultivate. To put it simply, the fourth level of swordsmanship wouldn't directly increase Chen Zong's strength, but it would benefit Chen Zong in his cultivation of swordsmanship. Otherwise, Chen Zong wouldn't have been able to master the first level of the 1,000 slaying technique. Chapter 1234. In the Ice Emperor's secret realm, the world was shaking. On the ice and snow ground, a ray of light condensed and turned into a figure. It was Chen Zong. He had fully recovered from his injuries, and his sword Dao had reached the fourth level of heaven. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint-class sword art, 1,000 men extreme slash, 10 blades extreme slash. He had also mastered the first stage of the low-grade Saint-class movement technique, 1,000 shadows 1,000 illusions, 10 shadows 10 illusions. He had also consumed and refined the ice blood fruit, allowing his body refinement cultivation to break through to the limit of dragon power level 9. Of course, this limit of dragon power level 9 was not the true limit of the dragon power realm. It could be further improved. No matter how one looked at it, Chen Zong had made significant progress. As for secret techniques, Chen Zong had cultivated a 7th-grade secret technique called Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Half a year was too short. Chen Zong had to cultivate the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art, the Cloud Refining Dao, the Cloud Flying Dao, the Heart Sword Sutra, and so on. It was simply not enough. Therefore, Chen Zong did not cultivate the 7th-rank secret art. Most of the secret techniques in Lord Taiyuan's memories had been practiced by Lord Taiyuan himself, and all of them had been cultivated to the extreme. The memories and insights he left behind were of great benefit to Chen Zong. Coupled with Chen Zong's superior comprehension ability, he quickly grasped the basic. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was an 8th-grade secret technique and a 9th-grade secret technique, but unfortunately Chen Zong was still just a transcendent, so the 7th-grade secret technique was his limit. Even if he cultivated the 8th-grade secret technique, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. As for the Great Abyss King's storage ring, it had been damaged for some reason, and the items inside were naturally damaged as well. I wonder how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu are doing? Chen Zong glanced at them and thought to himself. After going through the trials of the suspension bridge and experiencing the life and death of the Great Abyss King's possession, he had gained great benefits. He wondered how Senior Sister Yu and Senior Brother Fu were faring. Did he get the same benefits as himself? Or had he already met with misfortune? There was no way to confirm it, and there was no way to find it. Chen Zong had no choice but to continue traveling alone. A burst of tyrannical aura came from afar. That aura was as vigorous as a mountain, but it also contained traces of extremely shocking sharpness, like a mighty sword mountain. Chen Zong's figure flew away rapidly. With just one step, 10 figures appeared and disappeared. He was already thousands of meters away. His speed was much faster than before. First stage of the 1,000 Phantoms body. 10 phantoms 10 phantoms. Not long after, Chen Zong's figure came to a stop. He just happened to see a tall figure raising a large sword and slashing it down. With a slash, a powerful and domineering bronze-colored sword light shot out like a vacuum. There was a vague shadow of a mountain following it, pushing forward and merging into the sword body. With a terrifying power, it heavily slashed the body of a 4-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The height of the Ice Soul Evil Spirit was closely related to its strength. If it was 5 meters tall, it would have the strength of an ordinary low-level half-saint. Although the 4-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit's strength was not yet at the half-saint level, it was very close. However, such a powerful Ice Soul Evil Spirit was slashed in the head by the man's sword. Moreover, the terrifying power crushed the Ice Soul evil spirit's body and shattered it into pieces. Chen Zong's pupils shrank. He was so powerful. The Ice Soul evil spirit's physique was very strong. Without using the red flame-sharp sword, he could not even injure it with one slash, let alone kill it and shatter its strong body. The man was tall and strong. He wore bronze-colored armor with a tiger head engraved on the chest. It looked lifelike, fierce, and domineering. Wisps of light radiated from his body, becoming more and more vigorous and as heavy as a mountain. The sword in his hand was 1.5 meters long and as wide as a palm. It was bronze-colored, simple and vigorous. Chen Zong's pupils shrank. He was sure that he had never seen this man before. In other words, this man was not among the 36 people from the Sky Pillar upper region. Chen Zong could not help but think of what the Flying Cloud sect master had said. When the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened last time, there were geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region who came here. Could it be that there were geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region who came here this time? Chen Zong could not help but feel a trace of excitement and fighting spirit. The Sky Origin sacred region was above the 4 upper regions. Then how strong were the geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region? The man's perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed Chen Zong's gaze as soon as it fell on him. He glanced at Chen Zong, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. It carried a shocking sword power that crossed thousands of meters and landed on Chen Zong. Geniuses from the Sky Pillar upper region. The man stared at Chen Zong. When he spoke, his voice was deep and vigorous, but there was a trace of mockery in it. Especially when he said the word geniuses, the mockery was especially obvious. It was as if he was asking if there were any geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region. It was a kind of naked contempt that came from the depths of his heart. Any normal person would be able to hear it. Chen Zong naturally could hear it, but his expression did not change. Mere words of contempt were not enough to anger him. Geniuses from the Sky Origin sacred region? Come here and let me test your worth. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. He casually waved his left hand, as if telling the man to hurry up and come over. This immediately enraged the man. How could a person he looked down on treat him with such an attitude? How could he endure it? Good, very good. It seems that you have not remembered the terror of the Sky Origin sacred region's geniuses. This time, I, Sword Marquis Shan, will let you understand that provoking me will make you regret it to death. The tall and strong Sky Origin sacred region genius's face turned gloomy. Even his voice became deeper and deeper, like the sound of a mountain, causing one's eardrums to tremble. Sword Marquis Shan. Chen Zong did not care about the threat in the other's words. He was more concerned about the other's title. You are a Marquis genius? Chen Zong asked back. You actually know about Marquis geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan was slightly surprised. The classification of geniuses was passed down from the ancient times. It was a very authoritative method, but it was only limited to the Sky Origin sacred region and had not been spread outside. It seems that you are indeed a genius in the Sky Pillar upper region. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Sword Marquis Shan thought for a moment and said, although the classification of geniuses in the ancient times was only spread within the Sky Origin sacred region, there was no lack of experts in the 4 upper regions who knew about it. Although they would not spread it intentionally, it was not impossible for them to tell some outstanding juniors. Sword Marquis Shan thought that this was how Chen Zong knew about it. However, he did not know that Chen Zong did not know about it before. Flying Cloud Dao Master did not say anything, and he knew about it from the remnant soul of the ancient expert, Great Abyss King. So, there are also monarch and king geniuses in the Sky Origin sacred region? Chen Zong asked again. Sword Marquis Shan strode forward step by step, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Each step left a clear footprint on the hard ground, and his aura became more and more powerful. It was as if a mountain was constantly condensing and enlarging, causing the air to emit a shrill whistle, making it difficult for Chen Zong to breathe. Of course there are. The Sky Origin Sacred Region not only has monarch and king geniuses, but also emperor geniuses who are unrivaled in the world. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became more and more powerful as he charged forward. Then what about super ancient geniuses? Chen Zong became more and more curious, and his eyes flickered with curiosity and battle intent. Super ancient geniuses? Sword Marquis Shan's aura suddenly paused, and then he sneered. What super ancient geniuses? His reaction made Chen Zong realize one thing. Either there were no super ancient geniuses in the world, or his level was too low to know. However, Sword Marquis Shan, a marquis genius with the title of Sword Mountain, how strong was he? Fight. He would know once he fought with his own hands. The path of cultivation was never a smooth journey. It was a struggle against the heavens and earth, against the strong, defeating all opponents, crushing all obstacles, and reaching the peak. Boom! Sword Marquis Shan suddenly took a step forward, and his foot heavily landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. A powerful qi rushed from the ground towards Chen Zong's feet, intending to shake Chen Zong's body. At the same time, the great sword was raised above his head, and the blade was pointed at Chen Zong. His arms swelled, and the veins on his arms bulged. An extremely powerful energy poured into the great sword, and a bronze light gushed out. Chop! The great sword slashed down, and a mountain phantom merged into it, causing the sword's might to become even more tyrannical and vast, capable of destroying mountains and splitting the earth. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the one used to kill the 4-meter-tall Ice Soul evil spirit. Although Sword Marquis Shan looked down on Chen Zong, he didn't show the slightest bit of disdain in his actions. Moreover, his battle prowess was very high. First, he stomped on the ground, shaking Chen Zong's body and making him lose his balance as much as possible. Then, he seized the opportunity to slash down, dealing the greatest damage. The terrifying bronze-colored sword light was capable of cleaving mountains. It was incomparably terrifying and domineering. It also contained an extremely shocking sword pressure that was like a mountain crashing down. Boom! Before the sword even landed, it seemed to want to smash Chen Zong's body into pieces. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He unsheathed his heavy dragon sword, and like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss, he slashed towards the sky, shattering the clouds. It could be seen that Sword Marquis Shan's strength was very powerful, and the martial arts he cultivated were also very powerful. The great sword's weight was also very shocking. Seeing this, Chen Zong naturally wouldn't dodge. Meet force with force. Who was stronger? Boom! An astonishing explosion rang out in all directions, shattering the vacuum. Extremely terrifying ripples shattered the vacuum where the two swords clashed. Chen Zong only felt a majestic force that was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him, wanting to shatter his body. However, Chen Zong's body was powerful enough to withstand this blow, and he didn't retreat an inch. Even so, the incomparably hard ice under his feet still caved in a little. Sword Marquis Shan's expression greatly changed. Chen Zong's sword was extremely powerful, especially the power, which was extremely tyrannical. It was like an ancient beast rampaging around, and that surge of power made Sword Marquis Shan's great sword bounce up. His arm was shaken, and his tall body felt like it was about to fly up. He hurriedly exerted his strength to fall back down. However, Chen Zong's second sword arrived in a flash. Heart-calming sword. This sword immediately made Sword Marquis Shan feel pressured. Ever since his body refinement cultivation reached the limit of dragon force, the heart-calming sword's power had become even more powerful. The strongest state of heart-calming sword was when the body refinement dragon energy and chi refinement spirit energy were at the same level. However, this was not the case yet. To a certain extent, body refinement dragon energy was still inferior to chi refinement spirit energy. However, it was very close, and Chen Zong's strength had also increased significantly. Boom! Chapter 1235. Sword Chi raged, each of them sharp enough to cut through everything. Each of them was heavy to the extreme, carrying unparalleled power. It was as if a mountain was moving. When the power and sharpness combined into one, the power was even more shocking. Kill! Sword Marquis Shan was shocked by Chen Zong's strength and tyrannical strength, and his killing intent grew. Sword Marquis Shan was born with a tyrannical physique, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with his conscious cultivation, his physique had become even more tyrannical. The great sword he wielded weighed 58,000 jin. His chi refining art was a low-grade saint art, and the power he cultivated also focused on density and power. His chi refining art had already been cultivated to a certain extent, replacing the original spirit art. He had been using it all the time, becoming the foundation of his strength. Coupled with his mountain-like sword art, his strength was enough to contend against ordinary low-level half-step saints. This was the reason why he was called Marquis Sword Mountain. In terms of pure strength, none of the 5 marquises could compare to him, not even the 2 marquises. Even the one king would find it hard to do so. Of course, this was only referring to pure strength. Strength was only a part of a person's strength. But now, in terms of the strength he was so proud of, he was actually inferior to someone else. If the other party was also a genius of Tianyuan sacred region, it would be fine. But no. The other party was from Sky Pillar Upper Region, a cultivator from a small place that he looked down on. How could he tolerate this? Boom! An increasingly terrifying aura gushed out from Sword Marquis Shan's body. His eyes shot out an incomparably vigorous and sharp light, carrying an astonishing pressure that seemed to want to crush Chen Zong. Sword Marquis Shan's aura became even more vigorous and terrifying. Sky Pillar Upper Region's Ant, you're not bad. You actually made me use my true strength. Sword Marquis Shan's voice was extremely deep, like the trembling of a mountain, containing an indescribable fluctuation. Experience this Marquis Mountain Shifting Sword. Mountain Shifting Sword was a tyrannical low-grade saint-grade sword art. As soon as the aura appeared, Chen Zong immediately sensed it. Mountain Shifting Sword. Sword Marquis Shan roared, his voice rumbling like thunder in the void. He grasped the 58,000 jin greatsword tightly and waved it. Boom! Boom! The sword seemed to have become 10 times heavier than before. As it swung, it stirred up shockingly huge waves in the air. An incomparably terrifying sword pressure spread out in all directions, causing the void in all directions to tremble incessantly. It was as if a tsunami was coming to destroy everything. A mountain appeared out of thin air. It was formed purely by the sword chi. It was a terrifying and invincible sword mountain. Its astonishing pressure tore a huge gully in the hard ground and blasted toward Chen Zong with irresistible force. Shifting mountains. Chen Zong looked extremely solemn. The might of a saint-class martial art that was propelled by a saint-class cultivation technique was truly astonishing. Celestial Crystal Body. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately performed a 7th-grade secret method. Although this 7th-grade secret method was only at the beginner level, it could still increase Chen Zong's strength. A crystal-white radiance instantly spread out and covered Chen Zong's arms, creating a hazy halo that emitted an astonishingly powerful aura. Especially the celestial crystal body, which could condense a tyrannical celestial crystal battle power throughout the body in a short period of time. It was perfect for Chen Zong to display the power of Heart Calming Sword. The combination of the two made the power even stronger. Heart Calming Sword. The power of this sword was even more frightening. It seemed as if the void was about to collapse, and the light was distorted. Boom! The two swords collided. The power of heart-calming sword was instantly shattered, and the sword mountain continued to rush forward. Its power was just too tyrannical. Chenzong retreated 3 steps and thrust out the second sword. When this sword thrust out, Chenzong's eyes were completely white, as if they contained a sea of clouds, full of mysteries. That sword seemed to have no intention, no thought, no intention, as if it was launched from nowhere, and no one knew where it would end up. But as the sword thrust out, the sword mountain paused for a moment, and then began to crack. When it collided with heart-calming sword, the mountain-shifting mountain seemed to be undamaged, but in fact there were already cracks inside. The heart-calming sword took advantage of this flaw and attacked, causing the cracks to widen and collapse. So powerful! Although Chenzong had blocked the sword, he was still very surprised. If not for his body refinement breakthrough, if not for his celestial crystal body reaching the beginner level, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. Although he had blocked it, his blood and chi were still surging, and his arms were slightly numb. Sword Marquis Shan was even more shocked. He had blocked it. He had actually blocked his sword. This was just too inconceivable. Although the mountain-shifting sword was only the first move of the mountain-shifting sword, a saint-level martial art was not something that a spirit-level martial art could compare to. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Fang Xinjian was using a saint-level martial art to activate the mountain-shifting sword and had already fully unleashed the power of the move. You have a secret art, but do you think this Marquis Shan doesn't have one? Sword Marquis Shan was enraged, and his terrifying aura exploded once again. Rumbling sounds reverberated from his body like a landslide, bursting out with an astonishing power. Mountain collapsing energy. Sword Marquis Shan roared, and his muscles swelled and contracted. A tyrannical force emerged from the depths of his body, turning into a torrent that spread throughout his body, and his aura soared. Mountain collapsing energy was a 7th-grade secret art, and Sword Marquis Shan had already cultivated it to minor completion. Once it was used, its power was even more terrifying. Mountain-shifting mountain. With minor completion of mountain collapsing energy, Sword Marquis Shan once again used the first move of mountain-shifting sword. This time, the power of this move was more than 30% stronger than before. Sometimes, a slight increase in power was enough to decide the outcome of a battle, let alone 30%. Chen Zong only felt an extremely terrifying sword mountain pushing towards him, tearing a huge gully in the ground. The sword mountain's light was simple and vigorous to the extreme. It was incomparably shocking, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from it, as if it could shatter everything. Mountain collapsing energy. It contained the power of mountain collapsing energy, capable of disintegrating external forces. If one was hit by it, one's body would instantly disintegrate. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong knew that he couldn't resist this sword. Only if his heavenly crystal battle physique reached minor completion would he have some hope. Since that was the case, he could only resort to other means. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong activated the 4th layer of white cloud soaring heavens. His spiritual energy was transformed into an even more powerful force, close to that of a half-step saint. It filled Chen Zong's entire body, but his aura was completely sealed, not leaking out at all. With his powerful soul and spiritual sense, Chen Zong had almost perfect control over his own strength. Therefore, even activating the mid-grade saint-grade white cloud soaring heavens didn't take much time. The heavy dragon sword's brilliance converged, turning into wisps of light that flowed like water. Chop! 10 blades extreme chop. 10 incomparably pitch-black sword lights cut through the air. Under the power of the heavenly crystal battle physique, the sword's power was further enhanced. Sword Marquis Mountain was even more shocked. He could feel that Chen Zong's sword art was a saint-grade sword art, which was the same as his own, a low-grade saint-grade sword art. It was simply unbelievable. In his view, the Sky Pillar upper region was like a remote countryside, with a fundamental difference from the Sky Origin sacred region. Therefore, he looked down on the cultivators of the Sky Origin sacred region, believing that no matter how outstanding they were limited and couldn't be compared to the people of the Sky Origin sacred region. The 10 pitch-black sword lights were simple and unadorned, but they contained an extremely terrifying power. The sword mountain pushed forward, colliding, and a terrifying aura blasted out in all directions. It was earth-shaking and earth-shattering. The astonishing sword chi repelled the void, unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword mountain shattered. The sword light broke. Mountain shift. Sword Marquis Mountain took a step forward and suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword mountain condensed and pushed forward. Chen Zong also slashed out with his sword, 10 blades extreme slash. Clash. The second collision was incomparably intense, and the ground was completely shattered. It was incomparably damaged. Again and again, the sword mountain and sword light crumbled one after another. The tyrannical power continued to impact both sides, causing their chi and blood to churn. Sword Marquis Mountain's face became more and more unsightly. Even with his powerful strength, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Unbelievable! The head-on battle made Chen Zong's blood boil, and he felt extremely satisfied. Enough! After muttering to himself, Chen Zong took a step forward. Suddenly, 10 silhouettes flickered, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Sword Marquis Mountain's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Mountain shift. Sword Marquis Mountain once again slashed out, wanting to shatter Chen Zong with his tyrannical power. However, he couldn't hit Chen Zong's real body. 10 blades extreme slash. 10 sword lights pierced through the air, slashing from the side. They were incomparably sharp and contained an extremely shocking power. Sword Marquis Mountain's expression greatly changed. He hastily waved his sword to block, but although he managed to block the 10 blades extreme slash, he was still pushed back by the tyrannical power. Chen Zong took another step forward, slashing out with his sword once again. 10 shadows, 10 illusions, and 10 blades extreme slash complemented each other, giving Chen Zong incomparable flexibility and tyrannical power, directly suppressing Sword Marquis Mountain. Impossible! Sword Marquis Mountain roared. He was a Marquis-level genius of Tian Yuan sacred region. How could he be suppressed? But facts were facts. He had no choice but to admit that he was being suppressed. Sword Marquis Mountain soon came to his senses. With a thought, he changed the sword in his hand. It was still in the shape of a sword, but it seemed to be thicker, and the aura it emitted was even more shocking. Half-Saint Tool. As a Marquis-level genius of Tian Yuan sacred region, it was normal for him to have a half-Saint Tool. Since Sword Marquis Mountain was using a half-Saint Tool, Chen Zong naturally had to do the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't be his opponent. Scarlet Flame's sharp sword emitted a blazing aura that made Sword Marquis Mountain's heart skip a beat. Damn it! How could this guy also have a half-Saint Tool? A Saint-grade sword art executed with a half-Saint Tool was even more terrifying, capable of destroying everything. Sword Marquis Mountain was still being suppressed. Let's go! With this thought, Sword Marquis Mountain erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura, attacking everything around him. Soon after, his whole body was wrapped in a layer of light. This light was vigorous, condensing into a phantom of a mountain, instantly attacking everything. The sword lights were pushed away with astonishing speed, disappearing before Chen Zong's eyes in the blink of an eye. Secret treasure. Chapter 1236. A streak of light flashed across the sky, traveling 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, only stopping after exhausting all of his energy. You actually forced me to use a teleportation artifact. Next time we meet, I will cut you down with my sword. Sword Marquis Shan gnashed his teeth, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. This teleportation artifact was a life-saving treasure given to him by the sect. It could only be used once and was extremely precious. The sect naturally gave him this treasure to save his life. In the event of an irresistible danger, he could quickly escape and save his life. But he had never imagined that he would use such a life-saving treasure, and it was because of a cultivator from the Sky Pillar upper region. Shame, a great shame. Little did he know that Chernzong wasn't the only one who felt the same way. Chernzong was somewhat regretful that he couldn't make his opponent stay, but he didn't feel depressed. My current strength is at the level of a marquis genius, but compared to him, I still have a lot of room for improvement. After fighting for a while, Chernzong was even more certain of his genius level with the Great Abyss King's memories. Monarch Realm. His genius level should be equivalent to the Monarch Realm of the Ancient Era or the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region. Above the Monarch Realm was the King Realm, and above that was the Emperor Realm. Monarch Realm was nothing. If his genius level was really Monarch Realm, then the highest level of genius in the Sky Pillar upper region would only be Monarch Realm. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Sacred Region, the gap was too big. Presumably, the other three upper regions' geniuses were similar. It was no wonder that Sword Marquis Shan would look down on him. That kind of contempt wasn't directed at him, but at all the cultivators in the Sky Pillar upper region, or even the 4 upper regions. It was like the gap between the upper and lower regions. Cultivators born in the upper regions and cultivating in the upper regions looked down on those in the lower regions. It was a sense of superiority that came from their bones. After defeating Sword Marquis Shan and proving his strength, Chernzong stepped forward at lightning speed. However, this time, Chernzong didn't use 10 Shadows 10 Illusions. This was a low-grade saint-level movement technique. Although it was fast and mysterious, it consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, Chernzong wanted to use it as a trump card. As he moved forward, he searched for things that were useful to him, and at the same time, he tried to see if he could meet Fu Yunxiao or Yun Yanxin again. After all, only 3 people from White Cloud Mountain had entered the Ice Empress' secret realm. It would be best if all of them could leave this place alive. Chernzong kept going deeper into the Ice Emperor's secret realm. There was no one around him, as if no one had ever been here. Occasionally, Chernzong would see some traces that seemed to be left behind by ancient battles. However, if they were not sword scars, their value to Chernzong was very low. Of course, low value did not mean that they were worthless. Comprehending them would more or less help his cultivation. Moving forward, searching, and comprehending, Chernzong's accumulation became more and more profound. The icy wind whistled, bringing with it an astonishing chill. Ice shards and snow covered the sky, as if trying to freeze Chernzong. However, Chernzong continued to move forward. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a sharp light as he stared ahead. In the midst of the icy wind, an ice tree stood tall, as if it was detached from the world. No matter how the wind blew, it stood tall and firm. That ice tree was 5 meters tall, and its branches extended for more than 3 meters. It looked as if it was carved out of ice, vivid and lifelike. Although this ice tree had an exquisite appearance, like a work of art, it didn't attract Chernzong's attention. What really attracted Chernzong were the 3 fruits on the tree. If it was before, Chernzong wouldn't have recognized what these fruits were because his knowledge was limited. However, after absorbing the remnant soul of King Taiyuan and obtaining his memories, Chernzong's knowledge had increased countless times. Although he hadn't fully absorbed them, they were very real. As long as he saw the corresponding object, the corresponding information would appear. When he saw the 3 fruits, part of King Taiyuan's memories also appeared, allowing Chernzong to know what these fruits were. The Ice Soul Arcane Fruit. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was a sacred medicine that was rare even in ancient times. The ice soul arcane fruit couldn't increase one's cultivation or heal injuries. It had only one use. Although it seemed useless, it was actually very valuable. The only use of the ice soul arcane fruit was to assist in cultivation. For example, changing cultivation methods often took a long time, but with the help of the ice soul arcane fruit, the time could be greatly reduced. As for the effect, it depended on the person. At least 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, or even 50 times was possible. In King Taiyuan's memories, it seemed that someone had shortened the time by nearly 100 times, which meant that the efficiency had increased by nearly 100 times. 100 times. This made Chen Zong extremely shocked. Although the ice soul arcane fruit had only one effect, it was of great use to him. Whether it was changing cultivation methods or increasing the level of one's secret art, the effect was very significant. In other words, if he consumed the ice spirit mysterious fruit and cultivated the white cloud soaring technique, he would be able to cultivate to the 5th or even the 6th level in a short period of time. It would be even more powerful, and he could even completely master it and replace the original white cloud ultimate technique. It would not be impossible for it to become his own basic strength. For the vast majority of transcendence, saint-grade secret arts were impossible to comprehend, let alone cultivate. A very small number of transcendents could comprehend and cultivate saint-grade secret arts, but that was all. They could only use them as trump cards, such as Gao Hongjing by Xia and Fu Yunxiao. It was very difficult to cultivate a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. Firstly, it required high enough talent, and secondly, it required a corresponding inheritance. In the entire sky-bearing sky territory, there was no transcendence who could cultivate a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. This was partly due to talent, but it was not entirely due to talent. There was also a corresponding inheritance. Only a combination of enough talent and the right method could create an extraordinary person. In the Tian Yuan sacred realm, although such inheritances were precious, they still existed. Of course, only the most powerful forces had them. Each one was different, and each one was a secret sect, never divulging it to outsiders. Therefore, Sword Marquis Shan was able to possess such strength, because he had cultivated a saint-grade secret art to the point where it could replace the original spirit-grade secret art. In the Great Abyss King's memories, there was such an inheritance, and it was also cultivated by the Great Abyss King, so Chen Zong could easily learn it. However, even if he had the corresponding inheritance, he still needed enough time to cultivate it. In his memories, the Great Abyss King seemed to have spent nearly half a year to cultivate it, so it would probably take him a few months to cultivate and replace the white cloud soaring heavens art with the white cloud soaring heavens art. A few months was nothing in normal times, but in the current situation it was too long. Even the Ice Emperor's secret realm was closed. But as long as I get these 3 Ice Spirit profound fruits, I can try to cultivate it in a short time. Chen Zong's eyes flickered. If he could cultivate it in a short time, his strength would increase greatly, and he would have a greater advantage in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. With his spiritual sense covering 100 meters, Chen Zong operated the white cloud soaring heavens art. His spiritual energy also changed, becoming purer and more powerful. The 3 Ice Spirit profound fruits were right in front of him, but Chen Zong didn't dare to let down his guard. No one knew if there would be any sudden danger. Just as Chen Zong approached the frost ice tree and was about to pick the first Ice Spirit profound fruit, an extremely soft and sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. When the sound of wind breaking resounded, a terrifying attack had already arrived at Chen Zong's back. It was several times faster than the speed of sound. Chen Zong was already prepared. The cold light tore apart the sky and tore apart Chen Zong's body, but it was only an afterimage. Chen Zong performed the 10 shadows 10 illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. He appeared beside the attacker, unsheathed the heavy dragon sword, and quickly slashed down. 10 blades cutting extreme. Once he made his move, it was a thunderous and furious attack. Chen Zong's reaction was too fast, and his speed was even more astonishing. 10 pitch-black sword lights broke through the air and immediately struck the 5-meter-tall Ice Soul Evil Spirit. The Ice Soul Evil Spirit, which possessed the strength of a semi-saint, was sent flying with one strike. Moreover, the powerful strike left several sword scars on the Ice Soul Evil Spirit's body. The body of the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit was too hard and couldn't be damaged so easily. If it was before, Chen Zong could only leave shallow sword scars when using the heavy heart sword. Now, each sword light could leave deep sword scars. The increase in power was very obvious. 10 shadows 10 illusions. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, making it impossible for the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit to attack Chen Zong's real body. In order to avoid trouble, Chen Zong had to end the battle quickly. He sheathed the heavy dragon sword, and the red flame flowing edge appeared. 10 blades cutting extreme. Cut, cut, cut. The Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit's left arm was cut off, and soon its right arm was cut off as well. Then, the Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirit's neck was cut off, and it died completely. After killing the opponent, Chen Zong's figure moved. The 10 shadows were constantly changing, as if 10 arms were reaching out at the same time. It was like picking flowers with bare hands. The 3 Ice Spirit Profound fruits fell into Chen Zong's hand, and he put them into his storage ring. Cracks began to appear on the Ice Spirit Profound tree, and it shattered, turning into ice shards on the ground. Find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Chen Zong's eyes swept across the area, and he carefully thought about the route he had taken before, and whether there was a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion. About a dozen breaths later, Chen Zong thought of a secret place. In a flash, Chen Zong went back the way he came. Half an hour later, he stopped and found a secret ice cave. He sealed the entrance of the ice cave, erased some traces, and made it look flawless from the outside. He also set up some traps in the ice cave. Then, Chen Zong went into the ice cave and began to cultivate in seclusion. This ice cave was the habitat of several Ice Spirit Profound Evil Spirits that Chen Zong had encountered before, and they were all killed by Chen Zong. Now, it had become a temporary place for Chen Zong to cultivate in seclusion. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Zong took out an Ice Spirit Profound fruit and looked at it carefully. The Ice Spirit Profound fruit was about the size of a baby's fist. It was shaped like a human heart, but it was ice blue all over. There were wisps of lines on it, like blood vessels and tendons, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Chen Zong did not swallow the Ice Spirit Profound fruit directly, but first comprehended the cultivation method. This time, Chen Zong's goal was not the white clouds technique, but the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Chapter 12:37. The temperature in the ice cave was extremely low. Refined steel would instantly freeze and shatter when it was thrown out. Even Chen Zong felt uncomfortable in such a low temperature. Fortunately, Chen Zong's physique was strong and his qi and blood were vigorous. Coupled with the purple cloud black star flame, he was able to resist the cold to a great extent, avoiding frostbite and being affected. The Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was an upper-level Saint class technique, and it was one of the top ones. It was at least 10 times more mysterious than the white cloud soaring heaven technique. Chen Zong estimated that he would need at least half a month to comprehend the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique with his enhanced comprehension. If he wanted to comprehend the second level, he would need at least a month. In other words, he would need at least 3 months to comprehend the first 3 levels. Comprehension was only the first step of cultivation. Only after comprehending the mysteries could he achieve twice the results with half the effort and not encounter many difficult problems. Conservatively speaking, he would only be able to comprehend the first 3 levels in 3 months. The Ice Emperor's secret realm would have closed long ago. Although Chunzong had already gained a lot by absorbing the Taiyuan King's remnant soul and obtaining his memories, there was still time. Chunzong naturally wanted to gain more and further improve his accumulation. Under normal circumstances, Chunzong could only cultivate the white cloud soaring heaven technique. However, the Taiyuan King had already cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme and comprehended its intent. With the Taiyuan King's memories and cultivation experience as a reference and guide, the difficulty for Chunzong to comprehend the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was greatly reduced. With all these factors combined, Chunzong began to comprehend. In just 4 hours, Chunzong had comprehended the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. He continued to comprehend. The second level was more complicated and took 6 hours. The third level was more complicated and took 8 hours. The fourth level was 1 breath's worth of complexity, which took 10 hours. In less than 3 days, Chunzong had successfully comprehended the first 6 levels of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Such efficiency would shock many people to death if they knew about it. It was a saint-class upper-level cultivation technique. Its complexity was far greater than a saint-class middle-level cultivation technique. Even a true saint realm powerhouse would have a hard time comprehending it. Even a genius like Fu Yunxiao would have a hard time comprehending it. The first 6 levels should be enough, Chunzong thought to himself and began to comprehend another secret inheritance, called the profound Spirit 9 Revolutions. The profound Spirit 9 Revolutions was used to replace a Spirit class cultivation technique. With the Great Abyss King's memories and cultivation experience, it only took Chunzong 2 hours to comprehend the mysteries of the mystic Spirit 9 Revolutions. Then, Chunzong also practiced for a while. With a solid foundation and powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong mastered the mystic Spirit 9 Revolutions after half a day. In this way, 3 days had passed. He began to cultivate. Chunzong looked solemn. All distracting thoughts were eliminated in an instant. An ice spirit profound fruit was consumed by Chunzong. He began to cultivate the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. The path of the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was more than twice as complicated as the first level of the white cloud soaring sky technique. He focused wholeheartedly and completely forgot about all the disturbances in the outside world. He was immersed in the world of cultivation. The power of the ice spirit profound fruit spread out and a trace of icy aura spread throughout his body. This icy aura seemed to resist the ultra-low temperature of the outside world, making Chunzong feel comfortable all over. At the same time, an indescribable sense of mystery filled his mind. His mind became sharper and contained an indescribable mystery. It seemed to be able to turn the impossible into the possible. Chunzong's powerful soul, extraordinary spiritual sense, superb comprehension, the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit combined to make Chunzong's cultivation progress unimpeded. In just 8 hours, Chunzong had cultivated the first level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. Even in the Tian Yuan sacred realm, this was a miracle. In the Tian Yuan sacred realm, it was not impossible for a transcendent to cultivate the first level of a saint-grade secret art in 8 hours, but it was only a saint-grade low-rank secret art. There was a huge gap between it and a saint-grade high-rank one. Of course, Chunzong could not achieve this with his own ability. To a large extent, he relied on the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories. If the Taiyuan King had not cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to the extreme before his death and comprehended many of its mysteries, Chunzong would not have been able to achieve this. After all, Chernzong had spent a total of 20 days cultivating the first level of the White Cloud Soaring Sky technique. The White Cloud Soaring Sky technique was a Saint-grade mid-rank, while the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping technique was a Saint-grade high-rank. Under normal circumstances, Chernzong would not have been able to cultivate it without 40 to 50 days. But now, he had cultivated the first level in 8 hours. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories played an important role, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit played a great role. A mysterious and indescribable force pushed forward the operation of the secret art. In a spurt of energy, Chernzong immediately began cultivating the second level. The path to the second level expanded on the foundation of the first level and was much more complicated. Previously, Chernzong had spent 20 days cultivating the first level of the White Cloud Soaring Sky technique and a month to cultivate the second level. The cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories would not disappear, but the power of the ice spirit profound fruit was constantly being drained. 12 hours later, Chernzong had also cultivated the second level. Then, he began cultivating the third level. This time, it took him a total of 16 hours to cultivate the third level, and the power of the ice spirit profound fruit had been completely exhausted. Chernzong tried to cultivate the fourth level, but found that even with the cultivation experience in the Taiyuan King's memories, the fourth level was very difficult to cultivate. It was like an old horse dragging a heavy cart. Every step forward required a lot of effort, and it was extremely tiring. The Saint-grade high-rank secret art was still too difficult for Chernzong to cultivate. Level. This was a gap between levels, a gap that was close to the essence. At this rate, it will take me at least a few months to cultivate the fourth level. Chernzong could not help but smile bitterly. The estimate of a few months was assuming that he had the Taiyuan King's memories. If he did not have the memories, there was no hope at all. What Chernzong did not know was that in the entire Tian Yuan sacred realm, no one in the transcendent realm had ever succeeded in cultivating a saint-grade high-rank secret art on their own. They had to rely on external help in order to have any hope. Chernzong took out another ice spirit profound fruit and swallowed it. As the icy aura spread throughout his body and soul, Chernzong began cultivating again. The old horse seemed to have been injected with vitality, returning to its youthful state. It was also strengthened tenfold, 100-fold, from an ordinary horse to a dragon horse with the bloodline of a dragon. It burst forth with amazing strength and easily pulled the cart forward. This was what Chernzong felt at this moment. The ice spirit profound fruit was worthy of being called an ancient treasure. Its effect was truly amazing. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. Cultivate. Cultivate wholeheartedly. Cultivate with all your might. Cultivate with all your might. One day later, Chernzong successfully cultivated the 4th stage of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art. Taking advantage of the medicinal efficacies, he immediately began cultivating the 5th stage. 12 hours later, Chernzong still hadn't finished cultivating the 5th layer. The energy of the second ice spirit profound fruit was once again exhausted, leaving only one. Chernzong didn't have the time to feel regret. He immediately took it out, consumed it, and continued cultivating. Another 16 hours later, Chernzong successfully cultivated the 5th stage of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art. An ice spirit profound fruit lasts for about 38 hours. The power of the 3rd fruit can last for another 20 hours. It's not enough time to cultivate the 6th stage of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art. Chernzong's thoughts turned sharply, his mind extremely clear. Only with one more ice spirit profound fruit would he have any hope of reaching the 6th stage. Since there was none, he would have to start cultivating the profound Spirit 9 revolutions. He would strive to replace the White Cloud Extreme True Art with the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art within 20 hours. Circulating the profound Spirit 9 revolutions, a mysterious power spread out, forming a bridge between the Taiyuan cloud shattering art and the white cloud extreme true art. The mysteries of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art began to integrate into the first spirit wheel, causing it to transform. This kind of transformation had to be controlled within a certain range. When a transcendent realm cultivator broke through to the half-saint realm, their spirit chi would transform into half-saint. For many peak transcendent realm cultivators, they would do everything they could to transform their spirit chi into half-saint and become a half-saint before slowly breaking through to the saint realm. For top geniuses, however, they would try their best to limit the transformation of their spirit chi into half-saint while constantly consolidating their foundation and improving themselves in all aspects until they could no longer suppress their spirit chi. Only by doing so would they be able to achieve much better result. Time passed slowly and the first spirit wheel was transformed by the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. The spirit chi contained in it also transformed. Although it was not half-saint, its power was still extremely tyrannical, no weaker than that of a half-saint. This was pure and tyrannical spirit chi. According to the great Abyss King's memories, this kind of spirit chi had a name: Ultra Spirit Chi. Ultra Spirit Chi was different from half-saint, but it was not weaker than half-saint at all. Immediately, the second spirit wheel began to be transformed by the Taiyuan cloud shattering art. One spirit wheel after another was slowly transformed. As time passed, the power of the ice spirit profound fruit gradually disappeared. When Chunzong completely transformed the ninth spirit wheel with the Taiyuan cloud shattering art, an extremely tyrannical aura rushed out from Chunzong's body, as if space itself had exploded. Even with Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense, he was unable to control it in an instant. Hong. The entire ice cave shook as the tyrannical aura directly impacted it. This aura was as deep and mysterious as an abyss, as deep and bottomless as the heavens, with no end in sight. The abyss was originally deep and the clouds were originally vast, but when the two merged into one, it became even more amazing. The tyrannical aura transformed into an astonishing flame that burned fiercely into the sky, shattering everything in its path. This power shocked even Chunzong. After 10 breaths of time, Chunzong relied on his powerful spiritual sense to withdraw the soaring aura back into his body, slowly adapting to it and fully controlling it. Fortunately, after Chunzong's soul liquefaction, his spiritual sense had also become extremely powerful, far surpassing that of a transcendent realm master. Even many half-saint realm masters could not compare to him, allowing him to fully control this surge of power. When he looked within himself, Chunzong revealed a wisp of a smile as he looked at the 9 spirit wheels that were suffused with a profound, and vast aura that was like an abyss, a prison, a cloud, and the sky. Chapter 1238. Outside the ice cave, a 10-meter-tall ice rock stood tall, emitting an icy blue brilliance. Astonishing cold chi was constantly spreading out from it. This ice rock was formed by the condensation of countless cold chi over a long period of time. Its weight was 1,000 times that of a normal rock, and its hardness was naturally more astonishing. Chunzong stood in front of this 10-meter-tall ice rock, his eyes focused. This time, he wanted to use this ice rock as a target to test his strength, or rather, his attack power. He didn't draw his sword, but instead used his finger as a sword. In the blink of an eye, he used a wisp of ultra-spiritual energy. The aura of ultra-spiritual energy spread out, as mysterious as the abyss, as lofty as the sky, and as indescribably majestic and domineering. With a light stroke of his sword finger, a wisp of extremely dark and pale sword light suddenly streaked across the sky, aiming for the ice rock dozens of meters away. With a soft cracking sound, the boundless, vigorous, and extremely domineering sword light cut through the 10-meter-long ice rock like a hot knife through butter. Chunzong was somewhat shocked. He estimated that he would have to use the power of the heart-calming sword to easily break this ice stone. But now, he could easily break it by using his finger instead of a sword and using a strand of super-spiritual energy. Moreover, he did not use any sword technique. Chunzong's mind spun rapidly, constantly estimating the gap. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud shattering art is equivalent to the 7th layer of white cloud soaring sky. The 4th layer of white cloud soaring sky is inferior to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of white cloud soaring sky is similar to tranquil sword. The 5th layer of Taiyuan cloud shattering art is far superior to tranquil sword. A casual strike from the 5th level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique is even more powerful than the spiritual level sword art I used before. Right now, I can't use tranquil sword because my body refining dragon energy can't keep up with the level of ultra spiritual energy. However, my chi refining strength should be enough to easily defeat Sword Marquis Shan. Chunzong pondered. In other words, he should have the strength of a monarch-grade genius. However, Chunzong wasn't sure if that was the case. He could only be sure when he encountered a strong opponent. In other words, Chunzong's current strength was so strong that he could not accurately calculate it himself. With great power came great confidence. Chunzong's lips curled into a confident smile. His eyes were bright and clear. His body flashed and disappeared without a trace. When the 5th layer of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique replaced the white cloud genuine technique, the power that was used every time was beyond spiritual power. It was still within the boundary of spiritual power, but its power was not inferior to the semi-saint power. The stronger the basic power, the more powerful the attack would be. Naturally, the faster the movement would be. Chunzong's soul sense spread out and covered a radius of 100 meters. He did not let his guard down because of his great increase in strength. Increasing one's strength was a good thing. Increasing one's self-confidence was also a good thing. However, one needed to be more vigilant in order to survive. Not long after, Chunzong felt an extremely sharp sword power in the air. It was as if there were countless invisible sword chi flying and tearing the sky apart. What an amazing sword power! Chunzong was secretly shocked. This sword power proved that the opponent's attainment in the way of the sword was amazing. Immediately, the sword power seemed to have discovered Chunzong. It swept over and rolled up an invisible storm of sword chi. It attacked Chunzong mercilessly, as if it wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. Gu Jianxia. Chunzong squinted his eyes slightly. This sword chi was somewhat familiar. It immediately reminded Chunzong of Gu Jianxia, the chief outer disciple of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace. This sword chi was much stronger than when they confronted each other outside the Snow Mystery Land. It meant that Gu Jianxia had a good harvest in the Ice Emperor Mystery Land and had further improved his strength. Outside, you were the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land. Now, use my sword to see if you are qualified to be first. An extremely sharp sword light flashed, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It left a sword mark that slowly dissipated. A figure that emitted an amazing sword chi appeared in front of Chunzong. His voice was extremely sharp. Gu Jianxia. Gu Jianxia's eyes emitted an unparalleled light. It was as sharp as a sword that could pierce through anything. He stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. Gu Jianxia was like an extremely sharp sword chi, constantly emitting a shockingly sharp sword chi. His aura surprised Chunzong. He had gained a lot. However, Gu Jianxia's words made Chunzong speechless. Just because he was the first to leave the Snow Mystery Land, Gu Jianxia wanted to compete with him for first place. What kind of logic was this? From Chunzong's point of view, it was difficult for him to understand Gu Jianxia's mentality. After all, Chunzong had a weak physique since he was young. He did not have any talent for cultivation. If he did not obtain the Heart Sword seal, he would not have been able to embark on the path of cultivation. After that, he embarked on the path of cultivation. It was not smooth sailing either. He constantly encountered strong enemies, went through hardships, and was hunted down by all kinds of people. After experiencing all kinds of life and death situations, he improved step by step until he reached where he was now. When Chunzong had first obtained the Heart Sword seal, his meridians had been cleansed, and his body had been reborn. His talent had greatly increased, but it still couldn't be compared to now. It could be said that Chunzong's talent had been raised step by step through the tempering of life and death situations. If he did not have enough life and death situations to stimulate his potential, his talent would not be like this. It would be even lower. Gu Jianxie was different. He was a disciple of a 7th grade clan. He had shown amazing talent since he was young. It was said that when he was born, he had a sword light that pierced through the sky. He was regarded as a future sword expert. That was why he was brought back to the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace by the elders of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace. After that, Gu Jianxie's growth was also very fast. He overshadowed his peers in the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace. He was the first in all kinds of sect competitions. Whether it was other forces that came to the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange or the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace for exchange, Gu Jianxie was always the first among his peers. He could even defeat some people who were much older than him. First. He had always been the first. It had long been ingrained in Gu Jianxie's heart. Chunzong was different. A ranking without substantial benefits was meaningless to Chunzong. The reason for fighting for first place was usually because it would bring great benefits to one's cultivation and strength. If there wasn't any, Chunzong wouldn't mind at all. He could just give it to Chunzong. Since Gu Jianxie wanted to fight, then let's fight. Chunzong also wanted to see how strong Gu Jianxie was, especially Gu Jianxie's sword skills. Gu Jianxie regarded Chunzong as a strong opponent. He would not underestimate him. An incomparably sharp aura surrounded his body, turning into an invisible sword that shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. Immediately, the long sword on Gu Jianxie's back was unsheathed. It turned into a dazzling sword light that tore through the sky. It pierced through the air with an amazing charm. It was as fast as lightning. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it had already crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in front of Chunzong. The speed of the sword surprised Chunzong. Chunzong knew that if it was before his breakthrough, it would not be so easy to block this sword. But now there was no need to draw the sword. A trace of ultra-spiritual energy covered his finger. Using his finger as a sword, he lightly tapped the tip of the sword with incomparable accuracy. With a clang, a terrifying force burst out, turning into ripples that constantly rushed in all directions, tearing and shattering everything. Gu Jianxie's face suddenly changed. His sword was blocked, and it was blocked by a finger. How was this possible? Even if this sword was just a test, and he only used 50% of his strength, it should not have been blocked so easily. Realizing that Chunzong was powerful, Gu Jianxie's face became more solemn, and his eyes became sharper. He held his breath, and his eyes became extremely bright and sharp. His aura became even more violent and terrifying. It was filled with a sense of awe-inspiring determination, as if he was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Kill! Gu Jianxie slashed out again. This time, it was a sword that returned to its original state. There was no fancy technique, only a perfect combination of strength and speed. It was a sword that was born for fighting and killing enemies. This sword pushed Gu Jianxie's essence, energy, and spirit to the peak. He did not hold back this time. He only wanted to defeat Chunzong and prove himself as the number one. He fought for the number one. He slashed for the number one. Chunzong could clearly feel the strong determination in Gu Jianxie's eyes. Gu Jianxie's sword was even more exquisite. In Chunzong's opinion, it contained many kinds of profound mysteries. Gu Jianxie had cultivated many kinds of sword techniques to the extreme. He had absorbed the essence of all kinds of sword techniques and fused them into one sword. It was the culmination of his sword technique. He flicked his left thumb, and the heavy dragon sword suddenly turned into a beam of sword light and shot out. He clenched his right hand, and the heavy dragon sword flew forward as if it was weightless. Since the Taiyuan cloud shattering art replaced the white cloud ultimate art, Chunzong could not use the power of the tranquil sword. However, the power of his ultra-spiritual energy was many times stronger than the tranquil sword. Chunzong estimated the power of Gu Jianxie's sword. He had only used a small part of his ultra-spiritual energy to limit his strength, so he could not defeat Gu Jianxie with one sword. No matter how strong Gu Jianxie was, he was not his opponent. Chunzong was very confident about this. What Chunzong wanted to see was Gu Jianxie's sword technique. As the descendant of the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace's Sword Ju lineage and the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace's outer sect lead disciple, Gu Jianxie's swordsmanship was brilliant and his sword Dao realm was also very high. To Chunzong, this would more or less help him expand his accumulation of swordsmanship. After his sword was blocked by Chunzong, Gu Jianxie's expression became cold. His eyes became sharper and he slashed again. Sword Ju. One sword after another, it caused an amazing sword storm, crazily bombarding Chunzong. The power of each sword was very tyrannical, reaching 50% of the power of the previous sword. Chunzong could not help but be surprised. This kind of strength was indeed terrifying. Chunzong also felt that the power used by Gu Jianxie was not pure spiritual energy, nor was it semi-saint power. It was a power more powerful than spiritual energy. Ultra-spiritual energy. Chapter 1239. Sword 37. After breaking Chunzong's defense with multiple swords, Gu Jianxie felt a great pressure. His attack paused, and his tyrannical aura also stopped. It was like a candle in the wind that was about to be extinguished, but it suddenly surged. Boom! There was a faint roar that went straight to the 9th heaven and shattered the vacuum. Gu Jianxie held the quaint longsword in front of him. The sword trembled slightly and emitted a rapid sword hum. Amazing super-spiritual power fluctuated on the sword. Kill. In just a split second, Gu Jianxie had already unleashed 21 sword strikes. The power of each strike had reached its peak, and the power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether it was in terms of subtlety, power, or speed, this move had reached an astonishing height. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Superb! Gu Jianxie's swordsmanship was indeed very superb. However, it was still not enough to defeat him. After all, Chunzong's swordsmanship was not inferior to Gu Jianxie's. There were also differences between super-spiritual powers. In order to form super-spiritual power, one needed to cultivate a saint-level cultivation technique. The more superb a saint-level cultivation technique was, the more difficult it was to replace the original spiritual-level cultivation technique. For example, Chunzong's Taiyuan cloud shattering technique could not replace the white cloud technique without the help of the great Abyss King's memory and the ice spirit mysterious fruit. Even with a secret technique like the 9 rotation technique, Chunzong could not replace the white cloud technique. Gu Jianxie cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique of the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palaces Sword Extinction lineage. He had also received the help of an expert from the Sword Extinction lineage. Therefore, not only had he cultivated the intermediate saint-level cultivation technique to the 5th level, but he had also continuously fused and transformed his spiritual wheels. However, with the help of an expert, the consumption of energy was too great. In the end, Gu Jianxie wasn't able to completely transform the spiritual wheels. It was only the initial transformation. After entering the Ice Emperor's secret realm, Gu Jianxie had some fortuitous encounters and finally took the final step. He completely transformed the 9 spiritual wheels and truly possessed super spiritual power. However, a 5th-level intermediate saint-level cultivation technique could not compare to a 5th-level upper saint-level cultivation technique. Unable to do anything to Chunzong, Gu Jianxie's expression became more and more solemn. Then, the solemn expression on his face completely disappeared. Chunzong, if you can withstand my attack, I'll admit defeat. Gu Jianxie's voice became faintly discernible. His entire body seemed to have become weightless as he floated up into the air. His body seemed to be swaying, and the air around him rippled like water, giving off an indescribably mysterious fluctuation. Chunzong didn't make the first move. Instead, he waited for Gu Jianxie to make his move. This was because Chunzong wanted to see what kind of sword technique and attack Gu Jianxie would use next. He guessed that it should be a saint-level sword technique. Gu Jianxie, who had amazing talent in sword principle, must have comprehended and cultivated a saint-level sword art. However, he didn't know what level of saint-class sword art Gu Jianxie was practicing. It should be a saint-class lower-class sword art, but he didn't know what level it was at. Among his peers, Chunzong had only seen the first move of the mountain-shifting sword art performed by Sword Marquee Mountain. It was a low-grade saint-level sword art with great power. First sword. Drifting snow. Gu Jianxie's voice also became erratic. The moment he finished speaking, his swaying body also stopped. Whistling sounds suddenly rang out from all directions. It was the sound of a cold wind blowing wildly, and ice and snow that filled the sky swept over from the heavens and the earth. The wind carried an inexplicable heavenly might, and it froze the sky and the earth. In just an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was covered by extremely violent and chaotic ice and snow. Chunzong and Gu Jianxie's bodies also disappeared, as if they were swallowed up. Cold. Astonishingly cold. The first sword, Drifting Snow, was the first move of a low-grade saint-level sword art. Once performed, it would create a scene of snowflakes all over the sky. The coldness was astonishing. Especially when performed in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, it would cause the temperature to drop even more. If Chunzong wasn't strong enough, the coldness caused by this move would be enough to freeze Chunzong's body, causing him to lose all ability to resist. However, at this moment, Chunzong could completely withstand the attack of this astonishing coldness. It was just that his super spiritual energy was slowly circulating in his body. Chunzong still didn't move, allowing Gu Jianxie to perform. Gu Jianxie also knew this, so he wasn't in a hurry to perform this move. Instead, he kept accumulating his aura and increasing it. In an instant, Gu Jianxie could also perform the first sword, Drifting Snow. However, there was still a big gap between this and having time to accumulate his aura. At the very least, the power of this move would increase by 10% or 20%. With Gu Jianxie's strength, an increase of 10% or 20% would be extremely terrifying. Kill. After 3 breaths, Gu Jianxie's aura had accumulated to the extreme. He couldn't hold it back anymore and stabbed out with his sword. The extremely bright sword light tore through the sky. The moment the sword appeared, the snow and ice that were fluttering in the sky also stopped, and the fierce wind stopped. Immediately after, the fierce wind and snow that had stopped bombarded Chunzong with even more astonishing speed and power, as if they wanted to suppress Chunzong. An extremely cold sword light pierced through the chaotic snow and ice and silently attacked Chunzong. It wasn't fast, but it blended in with the snow and ice in the sky, making it difficult to distinguish. Of course, this was relative. However, it was nothing to Chunzong. With his powerful perception, Chunzong had already seen it clearly. After the Taiyuan cloud-scraping skill replaced the White Cloud ultimate skill, Chen Zong's spiritual energy had turned into super-spiritual energy, allowing his perception to break through the original limit and become even more powerful. With a shake of the heavy dragon sword, an astonishing dragon roar resounded in the sky. Immediately after, a pitch-black swordlight shattered the surrounding snow and ice, as if it had bombarded a vacuum, and heavily slashed down with the terrifying power of an ancient mountain. This sword made Gu Jianxia's expression change drastically. He felt as if he had become insignificant in front of it, even if he had used a saint-level sword technique like the snowflake sword with all his strength. It was as if he was standing in front of a tall mountain. This was the gap between their levels and realms. The Taiyuan cloud-scraping skill was a top saint-level upper-level technique, while Chen Zong's swordsmanship realm had reached the 4th level. No matter in which aspect, he was superior to Gu Jianxia. This gap was the suppression of realms, an unsurpassable suppression. Break. The power of the snowflake sword was instantly broken by Chen Zong's sword. The terrifying impact caused Gu Jianxia to retreat continuously. His long sword was shaking and his arm was numb. His blood and qi were surging, and his super-spiritual energy was chaotic. Defeated. Unavoidably, this was a real defeat. One had to know that this was already his strongest sword move. Of course, he still had secret arts that he hadn't used yet. However, his opponent hadn't used any secret arts either. You win. Gu Jianxia's expression was extremely complicated. He said to Chen Zong with both unwillingness and admiration. Ever since he was a child, Gu Jianxia's cultivation had always been smooth sailing. He had defeated countless people of the same generation and surpassed many of the previous generation. Fortunately, his temperament was very tenacious, and he wouldn't go crazy from failure. Chen Zong nodded inwardly. A person like Gu Jianxia would make great progress after experiencing setbacks. Goodbye. Gu Jianxia's figure flickered and disappeared in the fluttering snow. Gazing at Gu Jianxia's departing figure, Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Gu Jianxia's strength was indeed not bad. He wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain. In fact, Chen Zong felt that Gu Jianxia had a higher chance of winning. Of course, the premise was that Gu Jianxia also had a quasi-saint tool. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong had a clearer understanding of his current strength. Gu Jianxia's strength wasn't any weaker than Marquis Sword Mountain, but he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Moreover, Chen Zong didn't even use the low-grade saint level 1000 men extreme beheading sword art. He only used his super-spiritual energy, and Gu Jianxia couldn't do anything to him. However, he still didn't know how strong he was. But I wonder how many geniuses from Tian Yuan's sacred region entered the Ice Emperor's secret domain this time? Chen Zong's eyes flickered. I wonder if there are any geniuses stronger than Marquis Sword Mountain? Chen Zong sincerely hoped that there were. He also hoped that he could exchange blows with them to verify his strength and see the level of Tian Yuan's sacred region's geniuses. Ancient Battle Steel. A 10-meter-tall ancient battle steel has appeared this time. Could it be a king-level ancient battle steel? This king is indeed a man of great luck. King Eclipse of Tian Yuan's sacred region stared at the 10-meter-tall black steel in front of him. Sensing the astonishing and mysterious aura it emitted, he immediately smiled. Ancient battle steel was a kind of ancient steel left behind by an ancient expert. It contained an unfathomable power and was also a kind of test. If one could pass the test, they would be able to obtain benefits from it. This ancient battle steel hasn't been challenged yet, so I'll be the one to break through it. King Eclipse smiled. His smile was filled with unparalleled confidence, as if he was a god looking down on the mortal world. Shortly after, King Eclipse's figure flashed and directly charged at the ancient battle steel. There was no collision. His body instantly melted into the ancient battle steel, disappearing as if he had entered water. With a flicker of light, the ancient battle steel's aura was also restrained, becoming ordinary. What is this? Green Dragon stared at the 6-meter-tall black steel in front of him, puzzled. Brother Green Dragon, this steel looks extraordinary, another disciple of the Eastly clan said. This was a reflection of the Sky Pillar Upper Region's overall foundation as compared to Tian Yuan Sacred Region. They couldn't recognize it as an ancient battle steel and didn't know it was an opportunity. It had been a long time since an ancient battle steel had appeared in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, so the supreme experts of the Eastly clan didn't mention it either. Let me have a look. Green Dragon's figure flashed like a snake and instantly approached the steel. He reached out his left hand wrapped in a layer of spiritual power and gently touched the steel. However, the steel was like a reflection on the water surface. Layers of thin ripples spread out from it, which shocked Green Dragon. Immediately, Green Dragon's left hand moved forward, disappearing into the steel. Could it be? A guess popped up in Green Dragon's mind. He also stepped forward, disappearing into the steel. It's gone? Behind him, the genius of the Eastly clan stared with his eyes wide open. He shouted in surprise, "Brother Green Dragon!" No one responded. The genius of the Eastly clan also approached the steel. He reached out his hand to touch it, but all he felt was coldness and hardness. It was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly let go of his hand. He didn't dare to touch it again. Instead, he circled the black steel and observed it carefully. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. Chapter 1240. Numerous black stone tablets shot out from the ground and stood tall on the ground of the Ice Emperor's secret realm like sprouts breaking out of the ground. Chen Zong stared at one of the black steels and studied it carefully. Although the Flying Cloud Sect Master never mentioned it, Chen Zong had the Great Abyss King's memories and quickly knew what the steels represented. Ancient battle steels. It was a kind of artifact that ancient masters had spent a great deal of effort to create. It contained a test or challenge, and after passing it, one would be able to obtain the reward left inside. Ancient battle steels were popular in ancient times. As for now, Chen Zong was sure that they didn't exist in the sky-bearing sky domain. Perhaps there was a corresponding inheritance in the sky origin sacred region. In truth, Chen Zong, or rather, the Great Abyss King, didn't know that in the ancient bloody battle, the cultivators had suffered heavy injuries after wiping out the evil void demons. Even the Aeon Ice Empress was injured. After recovering, the ancient Glacial Empress entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm and found those experts who were on the verge of death. These experts couldn't recover and could only die with the passage of time. With the help of the ancient Glacial Empress, these experts on the verge of death created many ancient battle steels and left them in the Ice Emperor's secret realm, waiting for the fated ones. However, these were all secrets and very few people knew about them. Moreover, the appearance of the ancient battle steel could only be triggered under certain conditions. Therefore, the ancient battle steel rarely appeared during the opening of the Ice Empress secret realm in the past. The Sky Pillar Upper Province didn't know much about it and naturally wouldn't give any special instructions. Therefore, the geniuses from the sky-bearing upper region didn't know what the ancient battle steels were and might miss out on the opportunity. However, the Sky Origin Sacred Region's inheritance was very complete. They knew about the ancient battle steels and immediately entered to fight for the opportunity. Without the Great Abyss King's memories, Chen Zong wouldn't know what the steels were. 10 meters tall, king-grade ancient battle steels. Chen Zong thought and took a step forward. When his body came into contact with the ancient battle steels rippled like water and Chen Zong's body gradually disappeared into it. According to the Great Abyss King's memories, the ancient battle steels were divided into 5 grades: General Grade, Marquis Grade, Monarch Grade, King grade. Emperor ranked. That's right, the grade of the ancient battle monument corresponded to the grade of the ancient geniuses. This meant that the test within the ancient battle monument was of the same grade as well. The ancient battle tablet that Chen Zong had entered was a king-ranked one. This was also why Chen Zong wanted to know how strong the ancient king-ranked martial artists were. The light was pitch black, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Then, it suddenly brightened, and the light shone in all directions. Chen Zong appeared in a space that was faintly glowing. It was like a closed room with nothing inside. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard as a crack appeared on the wall in front of them. A stalwart figure stepped out from the crack. An astonishing aura filled the air like a vast and boundless wind. I, King Hao Yuan. The imposing figure let out a vigorous voice that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Since you have entered my battle monument, defeat me, or be defeated by me. Every word was filled with an astonishingly powerful and overbearing fighting spirit. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. His fighting spirit was constantly growing in his body, like 100 rivers converging into a stream, and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing auras emanated from Chen Zong and King Hao Yuan's bodies. As they collided with each other, the shock waves spread in all directions. It was as if heaven and earth were being created. The small room kept expanding and finally became a sea of clouds. A vast and boundless sea of clouds. The sea of clouds kept churning as Chen Zong and King Hao Yuan stood on top of the sea of clouds, facing each other from 10,000 meters away. A golden sun rose, burning and releasing thousands of light beams. The light beams were like swords, shining on the sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to be covered in a layer of golden light. It was magnificent and vast. The sea of clouds, the golden sun, instantly formed a beautiful picture. Chen Zong was going to battle the ancient king-ranked martial artist, King Hao Yuan, here. Of course, the King Hao Yuan in front of them was not as strong as he was in ancient times. From King Taiyuan's memories, Chen Zong knew that the ancient king-ranked martial artists were not simple. They had to be very strong and had to pass through the king-titled pagoda in order to be recognized and given a title. For example, the Floating Clouds region's Floating Clouds King was just a title. It referred to him as the King of the Floating Clouds region. He had the highest status and was the strongest. That was all. He was not a true king-ranked martial artist unless he went to the king-titled pagoda to obtain a title. This King Hao Yuan was someone who had passed through the king-titled pagoda in ancient times and was given the title of King Hao Yuan. If he was at his peak, no, just 1/10,000th of his strength would be enough to kill Chen Zong instantly. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big. The gap between a Transcendent and a true king-ranked martial artist was even bigger. The King Hao Yuan in front of them was already at the Transcendent Realm. He was not a half-saint, but he had the strength of a king-ranked martial artist. This made Chen Zong's blood boil. Marquis-grade geniuses were not his match at all. Chen Zong did not know how strong monarch-grade geniuses were, but he thought that he would be able to fight them. As for king-ranked geniuses, Chen Zong did not know much about them. He would only know if he fought them. Then, fight. An increasingly strong aura exploded from Chen Zong's body. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, shooting up into the sky and cleansing the 9 heavens. Take my fist. Hao Yuan King was even more direct. An incomparably tyrannical aura burst out from his body, mighty and overbearing. His strength was as vigorous as the sea. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. His fist carried a vast and mighty power as it blasted out. The fist force was like a heavenly dragon emerging from the sea. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. Shocking shock waves rippled outwards, turning into terrifying energy ripples that shattered in all directions. Even the thick sea of clouds was broken apart. The power of this fist was many times stronger than Gu Jianxie's drifting snow sword. It was enough to kill Gu Jianxie with a single punch. Chen Zong's expression turned serious. Strong. Very strong. Before this fist arrived, Chen Zong was already under heavy pressure. The pressure was as heavy as the sea, and even the space around Chen Zong was sealed and solidified. For a moment, Chen Zong only felt that his body had become extremely heavy and stiff. It seemed that it was difficult for him to even move. His pupils instantly contracted. Chen Zong was shocked by the strength that King Hao Yuan had displayed. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He took a deep breath like a whale sucking in water. However, Chen Zong also felt that his deep breath did not bring in much air. Under that fist, a vacuum was formed. However, Chen Zong's deep breath was only the prelude to the explosion. Boom! The fifth level of the Taiyuan cloud shattering art was fully activated. The 9 spiritual wheels were operating at full speed, and the super-spiritual energy burst out. In a flash, an extremely strong power rushed out of his body and crushed the amazing fist pressure in all directions. Chen Zong was instantly freed from the terrible fist pressure. The pitch-black sword light tore through the sky like a crescent moon. It cut open a crack in the thick sea of clouds and extended forward. Slash. This sword was activated with 100% of the super-spiritual energy. The power that burst out was very amazing. The terrible sword pressure seemed to be able to shatter the world when it collided with the fist pressure. It burst out with a mighty momentum and rolled up a hurricane of level 18 to destroy everything. The terrible sword chi tore through the sea of clouds, and hundreds of meters of sword marks spread in all directions. This was only caused by the collision of the sword pressure and the fist pressure. The crescent moon-like black sword light carried a terrible sharpness and power that could tear the world apart, and the fist was as vast and boundless as a demonic dragon. Boom! 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 The sword and the fist collided, and the terrible power ripples madly exploded. The impact swept hundreds of meters away, and even the dust in the air was bombarded into pieces. You can actually block my fist. Hao Yuan King seemed a little surprised. Chen Zong was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he could fight with a king stage genius. Could it be that his estimation of his genius level was wrong? His genius level wasn't just monarch stage? Should he be king stage? The thought flashed through Chen Zong's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. Because Hao Yuan King's second fist was coming, and this fist's momentum was a little stronger. After Chen Zong slashed with his sword again, he took a step forward and approached Hao Yuan King at an amazing speed. He slashed with his sword from the side, and the pitch-black sword light stretched in the void, as if it had no beginning and no end. Neither of them used any saint stage martial arts. Every move and style only used their own strength. It was an attack that was performed with their own understanding and attainment of martial arts. In fact, in this point, Chen Zong was at a disadvantage. After all, Hao Yuan King had cultivated for more than 1,000 years before his death, and had a very strong accumulation. In terms of martial arts realm, his accumulation was very shocking. These were all things that Chen Zong couldn't compare with. Of course, since he was limited to the king stage genius level, he was also limited in some aspects. Otherwise, Chen Zong would have been defeated long ago. Chen Zong kept fighting with Hao Yuan King, and the battle became more and more intense. He was getting more and more excited, and his blood was almost burning. Waves of tyrannical power kept hitting every part of his body. This kind of high-pressure battle not only dug out Chen Zong's own potential, but also integrated some of the battle experience in King Taiyuan's memory into Chen Zong's own battle. He was constantly absorbing and growing. This battle lasted for half an hour, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chen Zong was more and more certain that his genius level was not monarch stage, but king stage. Of course, whether it was King's stage or not was still uncertain. After all, until now, Chen Zong hadn't used his full strength, and Hao Yuan King hadn't used his full strength either. But it was time. Hao Yuan King's aura became more and more vigorous, and he punched out again. This punch was completely different from before. Its power was much stronger, as if it could shatter the sea of clouds. It was incomparably terrifying. Chen Zong's figure flashed. 10 shadows and 10 phantoms, and the heavy dragon's sword slashed out. 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky and slashed out. 10 blades cutting extremity. Both sides had used Saint-class lower-grade martial arts. King-stage geniuses could cultivate lower sacred martial arts and use them freely. Chen Zong was once again at a disadvantage. After all, Chen Zong had only cultivated 1,000 men cutting extremity for a short time, and Hao Yuan King's lower sacred martial arts had already been cultivated to the extreme. Although he couldn't fully exert its power due to the restrictions, his realm was not something Chen Zong could compare with. Fight. Chapter 1241. In ancient times, Hao Yuan King was also a famous king. Whether it was his cultivation or martial arts, he had reached an astonishing height. Even though he was now just a wisp of his consciousness and did not possess the strength and skills of an ancient king, he still possessed some of his own abilities. Once he displayed his saint-grade martial arts. His mastery and application of saint-grade martial arts was even higher than Chen Zong's, putting a great deal of pressure on Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong was unable to use his sword, and with his amazing potential, he was able to resist Hao Yuan King's attacks. Under this kind of pressure, Chen Zong was able to constantly tap into his own potential and improve his mastery of saint-grade sword art. Saint-grade martial arts were different from spirit-grade martial arts. Saint-grade martial arts were on two completely different levels. Saint-grade martial arts were meant for Saint Realm masters. Cultivating Saint-grade martial arts with a transcendent realm cultivation was already extremely difficult, so mastering them was even more difficult. Hao Yuan King was equivalent to an excellent sparring partner, allowing Chen Zong's mastery and application of saint-grade sword arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, Hao Yuan King was not really a sparring partner. If Chen Zong was not strong enough, he would have been defeated by Hao Yuan King. Life and death tempering, if he could pass this tempering, he would live; if he could not, he would die. This time, Chen Zong not only had to temper himself, but also defeat Hao Yuan King's body in order to clear the king-grade ancient battle steel and obtain the reward. Fight. King Hao Yuan continued to display his saint-grade low-rank fist skills, each of his fists condensing a terrifying amount of power, incomparably powerful and domineering. With each punch, Chen Zong felt as if the power of the entire sea of clouds was crashing down on him. It was as if Hao Yuan King was not using his own strength, but rather the power of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth. Under the tremendous pressure, Chen Zong was shocked and a flash of insight appeared in his mind. Even though he had great Abyss King's memories, in the end, they were just memories. They could only be used as reference and guidance, not something he could truly grasp. If he wanted to truly grasp the mysteries of saint-grade martial arts, he would have to rely on himself. In other words, the cultivation experience in King Taiyuan's memory was equivalent to giving Chen Zong a path and a door to advance. However, if Chen Zong wanted to advance, he had to rely on his own two legs to walk over and push the door open. Before, Chen Zong had only been walking on the road, constantly approaching the door. But now, under the astonishing pressure of King Hao Yuan's saint-level fist skill, he was being pushed forward by an invisible force, approaching the door at an accelerated speed. Then, he exerted force and pushed the door open. A ray of light suddenly shone through the crack of the door and fell on Chen Zong. His mind was clear and bright. Countless mysteries flashed in his mind. All of them were related to the mysteries of the 1,000 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword technique, especially the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword technique. Initially, Chernzong didn't quite understand some of the cultivation insights in the Taiyuan king's memories. However, Chernzong was able to grasp them now. The most profound mystery of the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword technique is to combine the 10 edges into one sword. A trace of enlightenment suddenly appeared, which made Chernzong suddenly realize. Thinking about it, the 10 Edges Extreme Beheading Sword technique was 10 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was extremely powerful. If all 10 streaks of sword light were combined into one, wouldn't it increase the power by 10 times? 10 times. Thinking about it, Chernzong was very excited. With a power increase of 10 times, how powerful would that sword be? It was unimaginable. King Haoyuan's fist came crashing down. Chernzong flew back and began to try to combine the streaks of sword light. It seemed beautiful and simple when he thought about it, but when he tried to do it, Chernzong found it very difficult. He wanted to combine the 10 streaks of sword light, but he didn't have the strength to do so. It felt like he had the strength of 100 pounds, but had to drag 1,000 pounds of weight. He tried his best, but still couldn't do anything. Is my way of thinking wrong? Chernzong couldn't help thinking. While performing the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions, he kept contending with King Haoyuan. The 10 Shadows 10 Illusions kept changing. The 10 shadows moved in all directions at an extremely fast and flexible speed. However, they were constantly smashed by King Haoyuan's fist. They almost hit Chernzong's body. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. He tried to combine the streaks of sword light several times, but he still couldn't do it. It was too difficult. It was like there was a strong force resisting. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light made Chernzong's qi and blood tumble. His super spiritual power almost collapsed. Forcibly combining the streaks of sword light was impossible. King Haoyuan's fists were getting more and more terrifying. They seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as time went by. The pressure on Chernzong became more and more shocking. Every punch was earth-shattering, and the pressure it brought to Chernzong was more and more shocking. No, I'm afraid I'll be killed by King Haoyuan before I can comprehend and master the 10 blades into one. Chernzong was sent flying by a punch. His qi and blood tumbled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly realized something. To comprehend it, one needed opportunity and time. Now he had the opportunity, but not enough time. After all, Chernzong's own foundation was still not enough. This foundation was directly reflected in the accumulation of the holy level martial art. The 1,000 Blades Extreme Sword Art was the first holy level martial arts that Chernzong had cultivated. How could he practice it? Everything was unfamiliar to him. Even though he had the memory of King Taiyuan, the time he had cultivated it was too short. But if he couldn't comprehend the 10 blades into one, how could he enhance his strength and defeat King Haoyuan? Chernzong performed the 10 shadows and 10 illusions to the extreme. 10 shadows were constantly changing. He kept dodging King Haoyuan's attacks while thinking quickly. Chernzong's powerful soul gave him amazing comprehension and super thinking. Under such great pressure, Chernzong's mind was sharper than usual. I can't combine the 10 blades into one for the time being. Then I'll control the 10 streaks of sword light of the 10 blades extreme sword art and attack one after another. Chernzong suddenly had an idea. He attacked with his sword. All of a sudden 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air. But he didn't get what he wanted. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered. The extremely powerful and vigorous power also blasted Chernzong back. 10 blades extreme sword art. Chernzong attacked again. This time, the first streak of sword light broke through the air. As 9 streaks of sword light attacked, one of the streaks of sword light overlapped with the first one. 10 Blades Extreme Sword Art. 10 Blades Extreme Sword Art. Chen Zong performed it again and again. With his super soul sense, amazing comprehension, and amazing control of his own strength, Chen Zong kept improving and becoming more and more proficient. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks. Every time the next streak of sword light overlapped with the previous streak of sword light, the power of the slash would increase accordingly. Chen Zong gradually recovered from the disadvantage. 10 Blades Extreme Sword Art. 10 consecutive slashes. With a roar, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The heavy dragon's sword, which was astonishingly heavy, burst out with an extremely terrible power, breaking through the air and slashing everything. A streak of pitch-black sword light tore through the air like a crescent moon and attacked King Haoyuan. But when this streak of sword light collided with King Haoyuan's fist, it instantly collapsed. King Haoyuan's fist continued to attack Chen Zong like a hot knife through butter. The second streak of pitch-black sword light followed the first streak of sword light, and then the third, the fourth, the fifth. After the first streak of sword light, there were 9 streaks of sword light in a row that followed the same path. The second streak of sword light was shattered by King Haoyuan's fist, but the third streak of sword light shattered King Haoyuan's fist. King Haoyuan was shocked. He hurriedly threw out another punch, which shattered another 2 streaks of sword light. Then he threw out another punch. His 2 fists alternated and finally shattered the 10 streaks of sword light one after another. But he also retreated 3 steps in a row. The vigorous and indomitable power he had just displayed was also interrupted. Chen Zong took a step forward and attacked again with his sword. 10 blades cutting. 10 consecutive blades cutting. Chen Zong felt that the previous move was not perfect enough. The connection between the 10 streaks of sword light was not smooth enough, and could be improved further. This time, he forced King Haoyuan to retreat 3 steps. The third time, King Haoyuan retreated again. For the 4th time, Chen Zong raised his sword and took a step forward. An astonishing and indomitable power erupted, but it was just a feint. Chen Zong performed the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement art, causing Haoyuan King's fists to miss. However, Chen Zong's real body appeared beside Haoyuan King, and the heavy dragon's sword mercilessly slashed down. Boom! 10 streaks of sword light broke through the air in a row, following the same path. Looking from the side, it looked like an open fan, but also like a closed fan. It was incomparably splendid. King Haoyuan was indeed a powerful king from the ancient times. His consciousness was also astonishingly preserved. He reacted in an instant, sliding his feet as if he was gliding on water. Then, he turned around and faced Chen Zong head-on. His 2 fists gathered terrifying power and punched out. The 2 fists were earth-shattering, and the sea of clouds was shattered. The 10 streaks of sword light were shattered again, but King Haoyuan kept retreating, his body unsteady. At this moment, a thin streak of sword light streaked across the sky. Silently, it went for King Haoyuan's neck like a ghost. Clang! When that streak of sword light was about to hit King Haoyuan, a whitish-gold light suddenly flashed on King Haoyuan's body, blocking Chen Zong's attack. Defensive martial arts. Chen Zong was shocked. King Haoyuan had used another skill in the battle. Keep fighting. Chen Zong's fighting spirit sword. In fact, he had used up a lot of his strength. If he continued to fight, he would have to rely on his strong will. 10 blades cutting. 10 blades combo. Using it again and again, Chen Zong became more and more proficient in the 10 blades combo. Kill. The 99th time, 10 blades combo. 10 streaks of dark sword light slashed out one after another, bursting with astonishing power. This time, the 10 streaks of sword light were connected to each other to the extreme. King Haoyuan's fists were shattered. His body kept retreating, and he performed his defensive martial arts to block Chen Zong's sword light. But at that moment, Chernzong performed the 10 blades combo again. His defensive martial arts were immediately broken. One sword light. Kill. Although King Haoyuan's reaction was fast, it was still a little bit slower, which was enough to decide his life and death. The dark sword light flashed across King Haoyuan's neck and cut it off. Victory! Seeing King Haoyuan's head was cut off and his body began to collapse, Chernzong breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed too difficult, but he also gained a lot from this battle. He had a deeper understanding of the 10 blades cutting, and he was more proficient in controlling it. He had mastered the skill of 10 blades combo, which laid a solid foundation for 10 blades combo. After King Haoyuan's body collapsed, a majestic aura suddenly spread out and appeared above Chernzong's head. It gradually condensed into a huge funnel and poured down, aiming at Chernzong's head. Chapter 1242. With a boom, the 10-meter-tall black stone tablet exploded, and a figure emitted a black-red radiance that seemed to corrode the heavens and the earth. From afar, it looked like a black-red blazing sun, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to want to devour the heavens and the earth. The black and red light gradually converged into his body, and the tyrannical aura gradually disappeared. A young man wearing a dark red robe with a black sun embroidered on the back landed on the ground. His handsome face and eyes were filled with an indescribable domineering aura. King Eclipse. He was not a king-ranked martial artist, but a king-ranked genius, a future king-ranked martial artist. He had successfully passed the king-ranked ancient battle tablet and had benefited greatly. If someone else can pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet. King Eclipse stared into the distance as if he could see through the void and muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Impossible. Besides me, there is no other king-ranked martial artist in this mystic realm. Following him were the 2 sovereigns and 5 marquises. He was the only king-ranked martial artist. As for the others, they were all geniuses from the so-called Xinjiang region. It was already good enough for a marquis-ranked martial artist to appear, let alone a king-ranked one. What a pity! King Eclipse could not help but shake his head, feeling pity in his heart. If there was another king-ranked martial artist who could pass the king-ranked ancient battle tablet, he would be able to encounter the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor mystic realm. What a pity, what a pity! However, he could not regret it. After all, no one knew that the ancient battle tablet would appear this time. If he knew in advance, he would have contacted another king-ranked martial artist to enter. Now that things had come to this, he could only try his best to find opportunities in the Ice Emperor mystic realm and improve himself as much as possible. As for the so-called geniuses from the Xinjiang region, as long as they did not provoke him, he would ignore them. As a king-ranked martial artist and a future king-ranked martial artist, his vision and ambition were far beyond ordinary people. Only the geniuses from the Tianyuan sacred region were worthy of his attention, and they had to at least be monarchs. Like Marquis Mountain Sword, he was even more obsessed. In King Eclipse's eyes, the Xinjiang region was nothing. It was just a small region separated from the Tianyuan sacred region. There were no real geniuses to speak of. Even if there were, they would be lost in the crowd due to the lack of complete inheritance. As his thoughts raced, King Eclipse adjusted his state of mind. Just as he was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook as the winds and clouds changed. Violent winds blew in all directions and ice and snow filled the sky. It was as if an ancient giant beast had awakened from its slumber underground, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. What is it? Eclipse King was shocked. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Endless snowstorms swept in from all directions and gathered at the center of the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Eclipse King's expression was uncertain. He immediately used his movement technique and quickly flew forward. An astonishing hot aura spread between heaven and earth. The black-red figure was like a ray of sunlight. Within the endless snowstorm, there seemed to be the outline of a palace. Could it be? King Eclipse could vaguely see the silhouette. He couldn't help but feel excited, as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Then, another thought jumped out from the depths of his mind. An extremely sharp cold light flashed through Eclipse King's eyes, shooting out like the light of the sun. If it was really the great opportunity that he thought it was, it meant that there was another person who had passed the King-grade Ancient Battle Tablet test in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. And to pass the King-grade Ancient Battle Tablet test, one had to be at least a King-grade genius. In other words, other than himself, there was another King-grade genius in this secret realm. 5 marquises? 2 marquises? It shouldn't be them. Although it was said that the level of a genius wasn't fixed and could be increased with enough opportunities, it was too rare to have the opportunity to increase the level of a genius. It could be said to be heaven-defying. After all, in order to increase the level of a genius, one had to improve all aspects of oneself. These aspects were almost innate and difficult to change. It was relatively easy to increase the level of a general to a marquis. It was more difficult to increase the level of a marquis to a monarch. As for increasing the level of a monarch to a king, there was no record of it in the records that Eclipse King had read. Could it be there is a king-grade genius among the geniuses in the Sky Pillar upper region? As soon as this thought popped up, the light in Eclipse King's eyes intensified. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming the outline of a black-red sun behind him. At this moment, Eclipse King had a strong desire to know who the other king-grade genius was. When the Eternal Ice Imperial Palace truly opens, I believe you will enter as well. Then, I will know who you are, Eclipse King said to himself as he looked forward. The Ancient Ice Imperial Palace. This was the greatest opportunity in the Ice Emperor's secret realm. After the Ice Emperor's secret realm had gradually taken shape, the Ice Emperor had personally entered this place and set it up. His purpose was to leave a great opportunity for the geniuses who entered the Ice Emperor's secret realm. Of course, under normal circumstances, the ancient Ice Imperial Palace would be sealed. Even if the Ice Emperor's secret realm opened, it wouldn't appear. It would only appear when certain conditions were met. The first condition was the appearance of the ancient battle tablet. The second condition was to break through at least 2 ancient battle tablets. There were records of ancient battle tablets in the Sky Pillar upper region, but there were very few of them. Moreover, they had appeared a long time ago. This was the first time the ancient Ice Imperial Palace had appeared. The records left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor were only in the current Tianyuan sacred region. Naturally, the Sky Pillar upper region had no idea about it. The ancient Ice Imperial Palace. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he flew out like the wind towards the direction of the tremors. After defeating Hao Yuan King's consciousness clone, Chenzong had obtained the benefits of breaking through the king-grade ancient battle tablet. He had received a powerful energy boost. With this, Chenzong cultivated the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique to the 6th level. The 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique was the highest level that Chenzong had comprehended. As for the 7th level, he hadn't truly comprehended it yet, so he couldn't cultivate it. However, the 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Technique had made his super spiritual energy purer and more majestic. It had also directly increased Chenzong's strength. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation technique, his combat skills had also improved. In the past, Chenzong's opponents were all in the transcendent realm. Now, his opponents had begun to improve, especially those on the level of Hao Yuan King, which had broadened Chenzong's horizons. After this battle, Chenzong had also adapted to fighting against strong opponents who had Saint-grade martial arts and Saint-grade cultivation technique. Moreover, He had a deeper understanding of the first layer of the Thousand Blades extreme decapitation sword art. In short, his strength had greatly increased. The other person who broke through the Qingrade ancient battle tablet must be a king from the Tianyuan sacred region, Chen Zong thought to himself as he hurried. The tremors were so great that it almost affected the entire Ice Emperor's secret realm. The geniuses who were still alive all felt it and rushed towards the source of the tremors at full speed. Although they didn't know what was going on, their experience and knowledge told them that once there was an abnormal movement, something big was going to happen. It was very likely to be an opportunity. A great opportunity. Why did everyone enter the Ice Emperor's secret realm? They were all here for the opportunity, so who would be willing to let it go? Deep in the heart of the Ice Emperor's secret realm, an intense snowstorm raged endlessly. Surrounded by the intense snowstorm was a huge and magnificent palace made of ice. The palace stood tall, as if it was immortal and indestructible. Ancient Ice Emperor's palace, this king is coming. Eclipse King's body burst forth with an astonishing aura. His aura solidified, as if he was wrapped in a black and red scorching sun. He directly charged into the incomparably intense snowstorm. The snowstorm raged and swept wildly. The ice and snow cut and twisted like blades, as if they were trying to freeze Eclipse King's body. However, they were all resisted by the black and red scorching sun phantom around Eclipse King's body and melted away. He rampaged all the way, approaching the Ice Emperor's palace. There were geniuses approaching from other directions. When they plunged into the intense snowstorm, their expressions changed drastically. The power contained in the snowstorm was too tyrannical and too shocking. It was as if countless masters were slashing at them with swords and sabers. The pressure was immense. Erupt. Tyrannical power spread all over his body. He even used martial arts to shatter the snowstorm that swept over him and continued to advance. However, he had only advanced a few hundred meters. When he was still halfway to the Ice Emperor's palace, he was injured by a powerful snowstorm blade. Once he was injured, it was like a fuse. His defense was broken, and the 1,000-mile lift collapsed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously. This genius let out a final roar filled with unwillingness before he was torn apart by the extremely intense snowstorm. He died there. A great opportunity often meant great danger. If one wanted to enter the ancient Ice Emperor's palace, they had to first pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone. 1,000 meters seemed very short. Usually, one could fly across it in an instant with a movement technique. However, at this moment it was like a natural moat. One of the geniuses who had just arrived saw with his own eyes the scene of the ice and snow storm twisting and turning into mincemeat after advancing a few hundred meters. His expression changed drastically, and his body, which was about to plunge into the ice and snow storm, instantly stopped outside the ice and snow storm. His expression was uncertain. After thinking for a while, this genius circulated his power to cover his arm. He slowly reached into the snowstorm to feel the power within. Very strong. The power of each attack was very strong. However, if it was only at this level, he should be able to block it and successfully pass through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone to approach the Ice Emperor's palace. Circulating his spiritual power, he stepped out into the snowstorm. As he advanced rapidly, his expression became more and more serious. This was because the further in he went, the stronger the snowstorm became. The threat also increased. According to the strength of this increase, the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone could very well become his grave. He gritted his teeth and had to use his trump card. Light circulated and covered his body. His speed also erupted in an instant. Charge, charge, charge. He braved death to advance, resisting the attack and cutting of the snowstorm. Finally, the moment the light shattered, he successfully passed through the 1,000-meter snowstorm zone and appeared in front of the Ice Emperor's palace. Chapter 1243. The ice and snow storm was extremely fierce, like wind blades and frost swords. A stream of light streaked across the sky, approaching rapidly, and then stopped in front of the roaring ice and snow storm, revealing a figure. It was Chernzong. In addition to Chernzong, there were two other people in this position. One was a genius from Sun Moon Profound Hall, and the other was a genius from Big Dipper Tyrant Sect. The two of them glanced at Chernzong and recognized Chernzong's identity. However, they didn't know each other and didn't have any connections, so they didn't deliberately talk to each other. Chernzong ignored the two and stared at the ice and snow storm in front of him. His powerful spiritual sense and perception allowed Chernzong to feel the terrifying power contained in the ice and snow storm. This kind of power was enough to tear an ordinary transcendent to shreds in an instant. However, for the current Chernzong, it was nothing. Taking a step forward, Chernzong directly rushed into the ice and snow storm and moved forward quickly. The other two people's faces suddenly changed. They had personally experienced the power of the ice and snow storm just now. They were exhausted after only advancing 200 meters and had to retreat. They were thinking of a solution: courting death. The disciple of Sun Moon Profound Hall sneered. Soon he will withdraw himself. The disciple of Big Dipper Tyrant Sect also sneered. However, things didn't go as they expected. Chernzong continued to move forward and soon exceeded their previous limit, exceeding 200 meters. He kept going deeper and deeper, and he didn't seem to be under any pressure. It was as if the ice and snow storm-like saber and sword attacks were no threat to him. The ice and snow storm was very fierce, but it still allowed people to see everything inside. The disciples of the Sun Moon Dark Palace and the Big Dipper Overlord Sect were all dumbfounded when they saw Chernzong's figure going deeper and deeper without any injuries. He didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Immediately they felt their cheeks burning, as if they were slapped by a giant bear's paw. Both of them fell silent. Inside the ice storm, Chernzong could feel that his speed was greatly affected, as if there was an invisible force binding his body. Originally, he could cover a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, but now it would take him at least 10 breaths. During these tens of breaths of time, Chernzong had to constantly endure the bombardment of the ice and snow storm. Every piece of ice and snow was like a treasured sword, incomparably sharp. Their power was astonishing and their speed was amazingly fast. The perfect combination made Chernzong feel as if an expert was brandishing a sword to kill him. At the same time, he felt as if he was being besieged by many sword and saber experts. Chernzong estimated that he would have had a hard time withstanding such power before he obtained the memories of King Taiyuan. As for now, Chernzong didn't need to use any other means. Just relying on the super-spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique to cover his whole body, it was enough to completely resist all the attacks of the ice storm, leaving him unscathed. About 30 breaths later, Chernzong broke through the 1,000-meter ice storm area unscathed and appeared in front of the ice palace. There was more than one gate in the ice palace. There were 36 gates in all directions. Chernzong approached one of the gates. The gate seemed to be made of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. It was ice blue all over and reflected Chernzong's figure like a mirror. An astonishing chill spread out from the ice door, freezing everything. Covering his hands with super-spiritual energy, Chernzong pressed on the thick ice gate that was 10 meters tall and suddenly exerted force. Rumble! An incomparably shocking sound rang out. Under Chernzong's tyrannical strength, the 10-meter-thick ice door was gradually pushed open. When the door opened a crack, an extremely cold ice blue aura blew out like a storm. When it blew past Chernzong's body, Chen Zong only felt an incomparably shocking chill invade him. Cold. Extreme cold. Bone-chilling cold. It was so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was so cold that Chen Zong's body was almost frozen. Chen Zong's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately activated the 6th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering Art and activated the power of the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame to resist the cold aura. When the gate opened a gap of half a meter wide, the extremely cold aura blew out. Chen Zong's figure flashed as he rushed in. Since the ancient Ice Emperor Palace had appeared, it was not that easy to enter and obtain the treasures inside. First, one had to break through the 1,000-meter ice storm area. Then, one had to open the ice gate and withstand the cold aura. Without enough strength, one would not be able to pass these two tests. Naturally, one would not be able to enter the Ice Emperor Palace. It was very difficult to ask an expert to carry him. The 1,000-meter ice storm area could only be endured by oneself. It was indeed possible for others to help, but it would require a lot of effort. If one did not have a good relationship or a deep interest, who would be willing to do that? Secondly, even if one successfully passed through the 1,000-meter ice storm area with the help of an expert, there were only 36 ice gates. Each of the 36 ice gates could only be opened once. Only one person could enter. After entering, the ice gate would become useless. In other words, this ancient Ice Emperor Palace could only allow 36 people to enter at most. Who would be willing to help others open the ice gate and let others enter and lose the chance to enter? Cheating? Helping someone open a door of ice and letting them enter, then opening another door of ice and entering another door of ice? The ancient Ice Emperor's method was not simple. The ice gate could only be opened by one person. Whoever opened the gate would have their aura remembered. If others were allowed to enter, they would be able to do so as well. However, they would not be able to open another ice gate. In the end, if one wanted to obtain the treasures, they would have to fight for it with their own strength. The ancient Ice Emperor did not leave the Ice Emperor Palace for opportunists, but for true geniuses. A dragon was a dragon, and an insect was an insect. Breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was not something that could be achieved with one or two opportunities. It depended more on oneself. If one was not strong enough, no matter how many opportunities one had, they would still be an insect. At most, they would be a slightly bigger insect. Stepping into the ancient Ice Emperor Palace, the ice gate behind him closed automatically without any gap. It was as if it had merged with the whole palace, and could not be opened again. Chen Zong looked ahead. Suddenly, ice lanterns lit up one after another on his left and right. They emitted an icy blue light that illuminated the area, allowing Chen Zong to clearly see everything on his left and right and in front of him. This was a passage. It was about 10 meters wide, but no one knew how long it extended. It seemed to extend endlessly. Entering my Ice Emperor Palace, life and death are not up to fate. An extremely cold voice sounded, as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The voice lingered in the palace's passage and gradually disappeared. Chen Zong's heart trembled. The Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor was indeed a great opportunity for geniuses, but at the same time, it also contained great danger. Entering this place, there was the danger of death. Life and death are not up to fate. Chen Zong began to think. What was life and death? Instinctively, Chen Zong felt that there seemed to be some information and mysteries in it. Stepping forward, Chen Zong walked on the ice passage and kept moving forward. A strange feeling rose in his heart, as if there was a great danger and great terror in here. This was the Ice Emperor Palace left behind by the ancient Ice Emperor, a supreme expert of the Supreme Saint Realm. Chen Zong knew nothing about the mysteries in here. Unknowingly, he touched the rules that should not be touched. Perhaps he would directly die here. Indeed, the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering skill had greatly increased his strength. Compared with before, it was like heaven and earth. He could easily kill the previous him. But it was not enough. Such strength was far from enough. He could not even deal with a powerful half-saint, let alone other things. When he was not strong enough to break the rules, the best way was to follow the rules and obtain the greatest benefits from them. Since his inner perception told him that he should not try at will, then he would just move forward and see where this ice passage led to. Thump, thump, thump. A tall figure appeared in front of him and was walking toward him. The figure was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Wearing heavy black armor, it looked like an incomparably robust steel giant as it strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, and an extremely terrifying rumbling sound echoed endlessly within the icy passageway. Chunzong looked dignified. Chunzong's powerful perception made him feel threatened, a threat from the other party. Approaching, meeting on a narrow path. Fight. The 3-meter-tall figure that looked like an iron tower raised its fist. It seemed slow, but it was as if it was dragging a mountain, causing the air to fluctuate endlessly. Boom. The punch was not fast, but it carried a terrible fist pressure. It directly filled the passage in front of him and completely suppressed it, leaving no gap for him to go through. Before the fist arrived, the extremely terrifying fist pressure had already struck Chunzong's body. It made Chunzong feel as if his body was being pressed down by an invisible mountain. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The huge punch, like a millstone, came as if it was an attack without any difference. There was no weakness. No matter strong or weak, it would all explode with one punch. Push. Unreasonable. It was completely unreasonable. The pressure brought by this punch made Chunzong realize that if it were him before, he would not be able to bear it and would probably be injured by this punch. But now, boom! Super spiritual power burst out and directly crushed the fist pressure, turning it into nothingness. Both of Chunzong's shoulders shook slightly, and his body flew out like the wind. In an instant, he neared the other party. It was as if he was facing the other party's terrifying and ferocious punch. If he was hit directly, even with Chunzong's strong physique, he would not feel good. However, at the moment when Chunzong's body was about to collide with the punch, a vivid phantom was left in place and was shattered by the punch. Chunzong's real body appeared behind him, and the heavy dragon sword was unsheathed. Cut! The pitch-black sword light, like a waning moon falling from the sky, fiercely chopped at the tall and strong body's neck. Clang! Sparks sputtered, and a strong counterforce bounced the heavy dragon sword up and went through the sword to Chunzong's arm, which shocked Chunzong. He turned around and punched again, as if he was going to break the sky. Chapter 1244. Boom! The shocking sound of the explosion resounded in all directions, and the terrible airflow surged in the ice passage like a raging tide, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The momentum was heavy, as vigorous as a mountain, as vast as the sea. Under Chunzong's gaze, this punch seemed to have no flaws, and was very strong in every aspect. Such an opponent was undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. Chunzong's body was very light, and he was not affected by the opponent's fist pressure. He dodged and swung his sword again. In an instant, the heavy dragon sword exploded into hundreds of sword shadows, and together with Chunzong's body, they surrounded the little giant warlord and slashed at him. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and every collision would cause fierce sparks to sputter in all directions. In an instant, the sparks from the hundreds of sword strikes filled the surroundings, and it looked like a scorching sun. Chunzong was testing the little giant warlord's weakness, and then he would kill him according to the weakness. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no weakness, and there were no blind spots on his body. No matter how Chunzong attacked, he could not break his defense. The armor was too strong, and it was too strong. 10 blades cutting extremity. Chernzong performed a low-class, sacred-level sword technique. With one strike, 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the air and slashed down. The 10 blades cutting extremity performed by the 6th level of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping technique was even more powerful. However, when the 10 sword lights slashed at the warlord, they still could not break his defense, and only burst out more fierce sparks. 10 consecutive blades killing. 10 sword lights slashed out continuously, like a folding fan opening and closing in an instant, and slashed at the same spot on the warlord's body. This strike was Chernzong's most powerful strike, but it still could not break his opponent's defense. The rebound force almost made Chernzong's sword fly out of his hand. After a fierce battle, Chernzong still could not defeat his opponent. At most, he could only leave some sword marks on his opponent's body, which would disappear in less than 10 breaths. It could not be broken, and the power was so great that if he was hit, he would be seriously injured. Chernzong decided to give up. He used his body movement and quickly escaped. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong pulled away from the general. The little giant battle general immediately gave chase, but its speed was much slower than Chernzong's. In the blink of an eye, it was shaken off by Chernzong. From the looks of it, he's not trying to defeat the other party, but to shake off the other party's pursuit. Chernzong looked back. The distance between him and the little giant battle general was increasing. A hint of understanding spread through his mind. As Chernzong kept moving forward, the footsteps behind him became fainter and fainter until they could no longer be heard. No matter how long the ice tunnel was, there was an end to it. Chernzong saw a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong's figure did not stop. He plunged into the light. First, it was darkness. Then, a world of dead silence appeared before his eyes. This is... Chernzong's eyes were dignified. In the gloomy sky, there seemed to be fragments of dark clouds solidifying. Strands of black hair entrenched the sky like strands of hair. A faint red light flickered in the sky. It was as tragic as the end of the world. On the cracked and dry earth, smoke could be seen rising in spirals everywhere. Numerous shattered corpses were scattered on the damaged earth, and it looked extremely miserable. It seemed as if a bloody battle had occurred here. Billowing smoke rose into the sky. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated giant city stood. It added a bit of deathly silence to this gloomy world. It was like the ruins after a bloody battle. Chernzong was horrified and a little confused. How did he come here? Where was this place? His mind was in a mess. He had no idea what was going on. Is this an illusion? As this thought came to his mind, Chernzong immediately closed his eyes and held his breath. The 4th level of Sword Principle, Clear Sword Principle, allowed him to see through illusions and not be confused. His strong soul and soul sense also had the amazing effect of resisting illusions. After a while, Chernzong opened his eyes. What he saw was still a dilapidated scene of ruins like the end of the world. Is it not an illusion? Chernzong was even more confused. There were only 2 possibilities if he couldn't see through it with his own ability. First, this was an illusion, but it was so advanced that he couldn't do anything about it. Second, this was not an illusion. It was real. Since it was real, there was no way to see through it. He took a deep breath. The air here was cold and full of shocking cold killing intent. Excited, Chernzong used his body movement and flew forward quickly. His soul sense spread out and covered all directions. It included everything within a kilometer to avoid accidents. Soon, Chernzong came to the dilapidated giant city. The gate of the giant city was half closed and half broken, revealing a hole more than 10 meters high. Through the hole, Chernzong saw several broken corpses with dried blood. Standing in front of the dilapidated city gate, Chernzong didn't immediately step in, because he still had a sense of foreboding in his heart. It seemed that as soon as he stepped into the city gate, he would encounter unpredictable danger. But what if he didn't step into the city gate and entered the giant city? He entered the eternal Ice Emperor Palace to look for opportunities, not to stay in the same place and waste time. Life and death are not up to fate. Chernzong seemed to have a deeper understanding of this sentence. In this case, he would move forward. No matter what danger there was, he would cut it with the sword in his hand. Go. Stepping out, Chernzong shook his shoulders and directly entered the giant city through the hole in the city gate. He looked around. Other than some broken corpses, there was no one left in this huge city. The originally towering pavilions had collapsed one after another, like abandoned ruins. But for some reason, Chernzong still felt a trace of danger lingering in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. Stepping forward, Chernzong was extremely vigilant, guarding against possible dangers at any time. When Chernzong had advanced about a kilometer or so, suddenly, a black light shot out from a half-collapsed pavilion to the side, tearing through the sky in an instant. Cold light flickered endlessly, bringing with it an extreme killing intent. The killing intent was amazing, and the evil spirit was rolling. It instantly attacked Chernzong's whole body, making Chernzong's hair stand on end. In the face of danger, Chernzong's reaction was extremely fast and accurate. The heavy dragon sword turned into a black light and shot out. It smashed out with a force that could shatter the vacuum, like a mountain, like a heavenly sword breaking the sky. Boom! Under this tyrannical sword, not only did it resist the sudden killing black light, but it also shattered it and directly hit the black shadow. Chernzong's expression suddenly changed, because when the sword hit the opponent, Chernzong felt a rebounding force. Through the rebounding force, Chernzong could vaguely feel the opponent's tyrannical body. As expected, the opponent should have been shattered by his sword, but in the end, the opponent only suffered a minor injury. At a glance, Chernzong was horrified. Chernzong felt that the black figure was familiar. The whole body was black, like a suit of armor. It was about 3 meters tall, with scarlet eyes, a pair of long arms, and a pair of sharp claws. Its whole body exuded an amazing evil spirit and murderous intent. Void Demon. Chernzong never thought that he would encounter a Void Demon here. But on second thought, this place was set up by the ancient Glacial Empress, and the ancient Glacial Empress had once attacked an army of Void Demons and killed countless of them. In this way, it was reasonable for a Void Demon to appear in the Glacial Empress Palace left behind by the ancient Glacial Empress. Perhaps this was a method, a test. After all, the Glacial Empress Palace was an opportunity, but it was not something that could be obtained easily. Otherwise, it would not be precious. Skills were not easily passed down, and Tao was not easily spoken. Things that could be obtained easily would always be looked down upon. Only things that could be obtained through hard work would be cherished. In addition, only by passing the corresponding test and proving one's ability could one be qualified to obtain an opportunity. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, let's slash. Raising the heavy dragon sword, Chernzong took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. 10 blades slash. Chernzong had already tested the strength of the Void Demon with the previous slash, so he had to use his real strength. The 10 blades slash broke through the air and instantly chopped the Void Demon's body into pieces. Chernzong had come into contact with the Void Demon before, so he had some understanding of it. There were many types of Void Demons, or rather, there were many different appearances. At least, Chernzong had seen dozens of them before. Moreover, each type of Void Demon had an astonishing physique and an extremely terrifying void evil power. That kind of power was extremely evil and corrosive, and it was extremely threatening. This Void Demon was very strong. Chernzong estimated that even if he could defeat it before, he would have to go through a tough battle. But now, the 10 blades slash killed it directly. After being killed, the Void Demon's body shattered and disappeared. Only a wisp of icy blue aura flew toward Chernzong, and attached itself to the back of Chen Zong's left hand, curling around it. Chen Zong stared at the icy blue pattern on the back of his left hand and frowned. He had no idea why it was there. He sensed it carefully, but he could not feel anything. He could only give up. Perhaps this was a trick set up by the eternal glacial emperor. He would have to take it one step at a time. Chen Zong was quite open-minded. He did not care about things that he could not understand for now. When the time was right, he would understand. As he continued forward, more void demons appeared and attacked him instantly. There were many types of void demons, and they all had different kinds of abilities. Some void demons were good at fighting head-on, and could push their way through. Some void demons were shockingly fast, some had strange movement techniques, and some could hide their aura and get close to their targets to kill them in one blow. There were also some special void demons that had even more amazing abilities. Kill. One by one, the void demons were killed by Chen Zong. Every time he killed a void demon, it would not leave behind a corpse. Instead, it would turn into smoke and dissipate. There was also an icy blue aura attached to the back of Chen Zong's left hand, entangling with the aura from before. It seemed to be condensing into something. If this was a test, then how could he pass it? Chen Zong did not know. He was confused. Then let's kill. Continue to kill until the light is clear. The fourth void demon, kill. The fifth void demon, kill. The sixth void demon, kill. Chapter 1245. It was like the roar of a dragon, like a black dragon flying across the sky. The 3 demons of the void were all killed by Chen Zong. The 10th demon of the void broke through the wall and soared into the sky. A black shadow covered the sky. The demon of the void that looked like a man in armor waved his saber and slashed down as if he could split a mountain. This slash was extremely powerful and domineering. It could cut through everything and was extremely terrifying. The power of the void was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong raised his head slightly. His body swayed and turned into a puff of smoke. 10 shadows intertwined in the air and flew past the demon of the void in an instant. The heavy dragon's sword was like an angry dragon flying out of the abyss. After passing by each other, Chen Zong slowly floated down. The demon of the void turned into smoke and dissipated. A wisp of icy blue aura quickly spread to the back of Chen Zong's left hand. This was the 10th wisp. When the 10th wisp of icy blue aura wrapped around the back of Chen Zong's left hand, a sudden change occurred. The 10 wisps of icy blue aura turned into 10 spiritual snakes and swam around each other. Finally, they condensed into a very strange mark. The mark was like a snowflake, emitting a shocking chill. At the same time, a message rushed into Chen Zong's mind, letting Chen Zong know what it was. Ice Seal. This was the name of this mark. It only had one function, and that was to leave this place. As long as one used their mind to communicate with the Ice Seal would shatter and emit a force that would take them out of this place. This place was called the Illusory Battle of Demons. The Illusory Battle of Demons was an illusory world created by the eternal glacial emperor with some secret treasures. Chen Zong could not see through it. It was extremely brilliant. The demons of the void in the Illusory Battle of Demons were naturally fake. Although they were fake, they had amazing strength. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity in the Ice Emperor Palace, they had to enter the Illusory Battle of Demons and kill 10 demons of the void to prove themselves and condense the Ice Seal. Only then could they leave. In other words, Chen Zong only needed to use his mind to activate the power of the Ice Seal to leave the Illusory Battle of Demons and enter the real Ice Emperor Palace to obtain the inheritance. Chen Zong couldn't help but sigh. There were so many tests left behind by the Ice Emperor. First, it was the 1,000-meter ice storm zone, then the ice gate, then the unparalleled defensive general in the ice tunnel, and then the demonic illusion. 4th round. A total of 4 tests. As for those who could pass the 4 tests, It would be impossible if they didn't have sufficient strength. In this way, they would be able to obtain opportunities and fully explore the potential of those opportunities. Just as Chunzong was about to activate the frost seal with his mind, he suddenly stopped. This was because another piece of information was transmitted from the frozen ice seal into his mind. If they didn't leave the illusory battle of evils now, they would have to kill all the evils in the city before they could leave. Otherwise, they would be trapped here forever, together with the Ice Imperial Palace. When the Ice Imperial Palace closed, they would be trapped here, unable to go anywhere. Chunzong began to ponder. Should he activate the ice seal and leave now, or should he stay and kill the void demons? Two choices, one out of the two. There was no other way. Then, I'll follow my heart, Chunzong said to himself. He closed his eyes and removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. Those who had reached a high level of cultivation could sense danger in advance. They could sense what was best for them, just like what he was feeling now. Chunzong didn't have this feeling before, but after obtaining the memories of the Great Abyss King and reaching the 4th level of Sword Principle, he began to have this feeling. The perception of the sudden inspiration did not exist all the time. It was only effective at times and not at all. Leave? Stay? There was only one choice. Suddenly, Chunzong opened his eyes. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword shooting into the sky. If that's the case, I'll follow my heart, Chunzong said to himself. He decided not to leave yet, but to continue searching for the void demons to kill. No, not searching, because as long as he didn't leave, the void demons would keep appearing. As if sensing Chunzong's thoughts and choice, the ice seal on the back of his left hand quieted down. This meant that Chunzong couldn't activate it to leave here. There was only one way to leave here, and that was to kill all the void demons in this giant city. Fortunately, Chunzong also learned from the message that the void demons in the giant city weren't at the Saint Realm. If there were, Chunzong wouldn't choose to stay. After all, the Saint Realm was far from what he could fight. As for the Half-Saint Realm, even if it was a high-level half-saint, Chunzong still wanted to give it a try. Faith. The strongest. When the ice seal quieted down, it was like a drop of blood into the sea, attracting a group of sharks. One by one, void demons appeared in front of him, left and right. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Each void demon exuded an extremely shocking evil spirit. The evil spirit soared into the sky and locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong only felt his skin go numb, but he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and his eyes were as bright as swords. Kill! With a low roar, like the roar of a dragon, the dozens of void demons charged at Chunzong. Chunzong took a step forward and his figure split into 10. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement technique. It was close to the 10 blades slash. 10 pitch-black sword lights tore through the sky. In an instant, Chunzong beheaded one of the void demons. Each of these dozens of void demons possessed strength infinitely close to that of a semi-sage expert. Moreover, their strength was formidable, their speed was fast, and their physique was astonishing. Even an ordinary low-level semi-sage expert wouldn't be able to kill one of them easily. It would be very dangerous if one were to fall into the encirclement of dozens of void demons. At this moment, Chunzong was in a very dangerous situation. He was under a lot of pressure, but compared to the pressure brought by Hao Yuan King, there was still a gap. What's more, pressure could be transformed into motivation, further stimulating one's potential. He didn't seek to kill the enemy, but to survive. Chunzong kept using the 10 Shadows 10 Illusions movement technique. The super-spiritual energy cultivated by the 6th stage of the Great Abyss Cloud Searing Art was not only powerful, but also vigorous. The recovery speed was also very fast, allowing Chunzong to fight for a long time. Chunzong continued to contend with the dozens of void fiends. Whenever he had the chance, he would immediately execute the 10 blades extreme decapitation sword art to kill the void fiends. As time passed, the number of void demons kept decreasing. When the last void demon was killed by Chunzong, he became more and more proficient in using the 10 shadows 10 illusions movement technique. Chunzong felt that staying to continue killing the void demons was indeed a very good choice. After a short rest to recover the energy he had consumed, Chunzong continued to move forward. Void demons. After killing over 100 more void fiends, Chunzong finally encountered a half-step sage void fiend. This void demon had a pair of sabers that were about 1 meter long. They were completely black, but the edges of the sabers flickered with a scarlet luster. They were extremely ruthless. An astonishing black saber light tore through the sky, leaving a long saber mark on the broken ground. It flew towards Chunzong, killing intent spreading in all directions. Another extremely terrifying black saber light came from the other side, directly blocking all of Chunzong's escape route. Void demons were a powerful race that was good at fighting and killing. Not only did they have a strong physique, astonishing strength and speed, but they also had the destructive and corrosive power of demons, also known as void evil power. Fighting was a kind of instinct, a kind of talent. The more powerful the void demon was, the more brilliant its fighting skills would be. It could turn something rotten into something magical. These 2 saber slashes were direct and simple. They were filled with terrifying power, but they also sealed off the surroundings. It was an extremely brilliant technique. Chunzong had no intention of dodging. He swung his sword to meet the attack. His sword broke through the air, and a black crescent sword light blasted out. Collision. The opponent's saber light shattered in an instant. Low-level half-saint realm. In an instant, Chunzong determined the opponent's level of strength. Low-level half-saint realm was not weak, but kill. The void evil devil's blade technique was very exquisite. Every slash was a perfect combination of strength and speed. Every slash carried an astonishing destructive power of the void evil force. It had a terrifying corrosive and destructive power. It was a power born purely for the sake of destruction. The void demon waved its sabers, creating an extremely terrifying saber storm. The storm was so sharp that it strangled everything, as if it was going to turn everything into powder. Then, the 2 sabers crossed, and a black cross-shaped saber light shot down from the sky, as if it was going to split the earth. Chunzong was shocked. The power of this attack was much stronger than before. 10 blades extreme slash. Kill. Chunzong intended to use the void demon to train himself, so he did not directly burst out with his full strength. After training to a certain extent, Chunzong burst out with his full strength. 10 blades extreme slash. Kill. The void demon with the strength of a low-level half-saint was instantly killed by Chunzong. A marquis-level genius could have the strength of a normal low-level half-saint. A monarch-level genius could defeat a normal low-level half-saint, but a king-level genius could kill a normal low-level half-saint. Although the void demon was also a low-level half-saint and was stronger than a normal low-level half-saint, it was still no match for a king-level genius. The giant city was very big, and there were many void demons. Chunzong kept fighting and killing, and no one knew how many void demons he had killed. He only felt that every battle was satisfying. Of course, every battle was also incomparably dangerous. There were several times when Chunzong was injured. Fortunately, his ultra-spiritual power was very strong, and it resisted the erosion of the void demon's evil power. The purple cloud-black star flame was also very powerful, and it purified the evil power. His own outstanding self-healing ability allowed him to recover. Although it was dangerous, Chunzong also gained a lot. Clean up. Chunzong was cleaning up the void demons in the giant city. Because he had chosen to stay, he had to kill all the void demons in the giant city. Around him, Hundreds of black figures were exuding an extremely shocking aura. The evil spirit was soaring, and it spread in all directions. Every aura locked on Chen Zong from afar, bringing Chen Zong great pressure. Chen Zong's expression was extremely serious. His eyes were filled with coldness as he slowly scanned the surroundings, taking in every single silhouette in his eyes. Hundreds of void demons. These should be the last of the void demons in this huge city. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.